Chapter 1. Beware of Cultivators. The world spun in circles. I focused on the wooden ceiling with a dimming gaze. A loud droning rang in my ears as someone shouted the end of the spar. "Are you done already, junior brother? We still have many pointers to share," the boy said, smirking. His face was obscured in the colors splashing around in my vision. From the sound of him, he couldn't have been older than 14. Pfft, that was pathetic. Barely managed to take 5 blows. Let us leave, brother. This scum is not worth our time. Murmurs warbled all around me. Words full of disgust, and occasionally some of pity were thrown my way. The other boy walked out of the arena, but I remained where I lay, staring at the high ceiling. "Someone take Lu Jie to old man. He seems to have hit his head quite hard," a man spoke. 2 pairs of arms lifted me up, carrying me through my days. Their voices barely registered as I started to gather my wits. 2 questions burned in my mind. Where the fuck am I? And who's this Lu Jie? The smell of herbs and incense touched my nose, and something warm prickled my skin. With a painful groan, I opened my blurry eyes. "Keep lying down, Lu Jie. Your wounds haven't healed yet. The pill is working, but you need to rest." An old man stood beside me, wearing a plain white robe. Long, bushy eyebrows set on a face with more wrinkles than skin was framed in white hair and a long beard seen in all those kung fu movies. A boiling iron cauldron sat at the other end of the chamber, green smoke rising and twirling in the air, floating around the old man's hand. "I'll be making a qi reinforcement pill. It will heal the damage to your dantian. You have nothing to worry about. You won't be crippled," the old man said, with a kind smile, gently patting my shoulder. The old man walked back to his cauldron, and I let my head fall onto the coarse and hard bed underneath me. Where was I? The last I remembered was falling asleep preparing for my physics test paper, and the next instant I was being slammed around by some kids throwing magic bullshit. I didn't have to wait long. The answers started to come on their own. Lu Jie, a moderately talented kid from the 7 Rivers village, who found out he'd been blessed with qi. Like every other kid from a village, he decided to strike out his luck in the city and become a cultivator. The rest went as typical Chinese cultivation stories go. But Lu Jie was no main character. He barely got into the sect on his talents and struggled to keep up with his peers moving further through the ranks. Years went by. He was now 20 and still stuck at the 3rd realm. He got the short end of the stick when he recently caught the eyes of the insane twin young masters, being dumb enough to accept their proposal to give him pointers. Looking through his memories, it was obvious the twins just loved to beat and bully those weaker than them. They used the spar as an opportunity to beat other disciples up. Lu Jie just happened to be exceptionally unlucky, dying from a hit to the head. And now I'm Lu Jie. Fuck me. I tried to move, but the pain shooting through my abdomen told me any movement would make me regret all my choices so far. Stuck on the bed with little else to do, I decided to go through the guy's memories. There was no family for Lu Jie. For all of his childhood, he was raised by a kind farmer who'd taken him in. Someone he hadn't met in a long time, as he hadn't left the sect in years. Outer disciples were barely above servants in ranking here, and the only ranks Lu Jie had been rising in was that of age. The old man here seemed to be the only one who'd ever cared for him. With his frequent beatings and injuries, his visits to this place had been far more common than should be normal. I felt a bit bad about the old man, recalling him telling Lu Jie how he'd lost his grandchild to a particularly nasty disease. It was clear he'd seen his grandson in him, and now the kid was dead too. Some measures of pity for Lu Jie stirred within me as well. He'd been an arrogant guy, believing himself destined for greatness. The shattering of his dreams had been harsh, and he never said it out loud or even muttered a word of thanks to the old man. But he'd been his only support during his life in the sect. It was a sad story, a death so pointless. Another nameless guy gone in a merciless world. While sad, I had no intentions of sticking around. I'd read enough cultivation novels to know how these went. Any young master could come in with a, "You dare?" and I'd meet the same fate of Lu Jie. "Open your mouth, Lu Jie. Swallow the pill and let it mix with your qi," the old man said, holding a pill near my mouth. Opening my lips sent stinging pain coursing through them. I ignored the pain of swallowing the pill, feeling it travel through my chest before it began to dissolve. A cool sensation formed in my gut as the qi from the pill began to spill over, flooding what could only be my pathways. For a moment, panic took over, the foreign sensation making me tense. Ingrained memory in my body began to circulate the energy on its own, moving it in circles through my dantian. A mint-like scent tingled my nose when the energy started to dissipate throughout my body, my wounds starting to itch. A surge of qi pulsed through as the pain began to fade. "You should be able to walk soon, but don't channel your qi or stress your dantian for a couple of days. I will try and convince the sect to let you take a leave for that time of healing," the old man said, with a gentle smile. This man saved me from death and a life as a cripple. The only person who'd been there for me. The words that I, Lu Jie, had never said out loud filled my chest. Perhaps it was his last wish, or whatever remained of him, but I was compelled to give it voice. "Thank you." The old man's brows rose in surprise for a brief moment before he laughed gently. "No need to thank this old man, Lu Jie. I am merely doing my duties. You have a bright future in front of you. You should be careful not to squander it in quarrels." My lips trembled as emotions not completely my own filled me. The grief of loss, the frustration of being insufficient, anger at my own self, to have died like this. But then, grateful. To be able to say what I'd never had the heart to. I closed my eyes, focusing on the qi swirling in my dantian as the emotions passed by. "May you find peace, Lu Jie." "Yeah, this is bullshit," I muttered in whatever language the people spoke here. Azure Jade script. The thought came to me alongside the context behind why the language was named such. I was too busy marveling over my body to care, though. Fucking qi magic bullshit. I know I had a concussion and at least a couple broken ribs. All healed in a few hours, I said, this time in English. Glad I hadn't forgotten how to speak it, at least. The pill had sent me into a strange, haze-induced state where my mind drifted through my thoughts while the qi within me silently cycled itself over and over. I felt my dantian, now healed from the pill's effect, and I sensed the qi filling it. A meager amount compared to all but the newest of disciples joining the sect. But even the weakest of cultivators were stronger than the average farmer. Superhuman strength and speed were just the beginning of their abilities. I wasn't going to stick around these murderous, drug-addicted supermen and women. That's just asking to get killed. Flexing my fingers and moving my feet, the lack of pain was surreal. No medicine back home, no matter how advanced, could have achieved what this simple, low-grade healing pill had done in hours. I shifted my feet back onto the wooden floor and pulled myself up. The room, though not very large, was filled with bookshelves. A small cauldron sat at one corner, remnants of the contents of the concocted pill sitting in there. From what I could tell from Lu Jie's memories, alchemy wasn't a noteworthy profession in this world. Cultivators who solely focused on alchemy, while respected by the lower end of society, worked mostly in service to some sort of lord or governor, and even the most famous alchemists were under the thumb of powerful cultivators. They needed to have qi, yet didn't use it to focus on cultivation, instead using it to hone a different set of skills. The very concept was foreign to most cultivators. Why wouldn't you chase the eternal heavens and immortality through trials and tribulations and be the big dick Chad god? I picked up a little leather book lying on a table near the cauldron. The script was foreign to me, but as with the spoken language, I could also read the texts. Seems Lu Jie was an educated man. The book opened to a list of herbs, denoting their names, common locations, and properties. Flipping through the pages, various texts explained how to process these herbs and various mixtures to form balms and salves to help heal wounds. The texts were somewhat primitive, yet the content within was valuable. There were many plants that deviated from their natural properties. One was straight up made of fire, a 7-poison flame grass that turned to fire when qi flowed through it. There were several such strange spirit herbs listed, and quite quickly I found myself sucked into the textbook as it guided me through the basics of alchemy. Time flew by. The further I read, the more entranced I became by the details within the pages. Everything in this book spat right in the face of all that I knew. It broke laws of physics and chemistry for breakfast and munched on the laws of thermodynamics as a snack. Some pills utilized downright ridiculous procedures like, perform the dance of the blood lotus and channel your spirit. The pill shall take the shape of your desires. Like, what the fuck? Yet, the ideas sparked something in me. I'd always enjoyed learning. It was one of the things that stuck with me since childhood. My desire to better understand the world around me, to discover the mysteries that may have been hidden right in front of our eyes. The harsh, droning classes at university may have at times dulled that enthusiasm, but the desire had never really gone away completely. Now, it returned stronger than ever before. I was in a fantasy world, a world with mythical forces and pills that could save hundreds of lives. From every cultivation novel I'd read, the setting was historical and backward in technology, but there was no need for things to be that way. They already had medicine so advanced it could heal people in a day or two. If I could understand that, find out what made this world tick, then perhaps I wouldn't have to worry about some random young master being my doom. After all, science was just the understanding of the world around us. If the laws of my world didn't apply, then it's just a matter of learning the laws of this one. Alchemy could also serve as a way to earn money and save enough up to live on my own outside the sect. And possibly find some quiet corner where I could try and break down the magic behind this world. It was as good a plan as any. Leaving behind the politics and cultivators and their squabbles, I didn't want to live as a peasant. Based on Lu Jie's memory, they had extremely simplistic lives and lived in poverty. Not having the internet is bad enough, but having to work on some farm to survive may just kill me out of boredom. No, I'd much rather get a quiet mansion in a town, sell alchemical potions, and live a comfortable life. I let out a breath, closing the book on my lap. The door creaked behind me, and the old man stood in the doorway, staring at me. "What are you doing, Lu Jie?" the old man said, a look of surprise on his face. I just... My voice was caught in my throat, and I shuffled in place. Delaying would do nothing. This would have to be my chance. I took in a deep breath. I want to learn alchemy. Chapter 2. The Path of Alchemy. Why so suddenly, Lu Jie? What about your dream of rising in your cultivation? With an effort, and keeping my expression as sincere as possible, I emulated a dejected Lu Jie. The spar has opened my eyes, Elder. I'd been trying to deny it all this time, hoping that effort would be enough. But the heavens do not grant blessings equally. I have been stuck at the third realm for months now, unable to break through to the second circle. I have seen the truth. I am talentless, and this is as far as I will ever go. I despaired, thinking there was no path in life that I could take. But the pill you granted me made me feel a sense of purpose. Realization struck me. I was almost being genuine here. Having the memories of Lu Jie, even though they weren't mine, I was still affected by them. His frustration and defeat, it had all been true. He may have died, but I lived through his memories and experienced those emotions. I wish to be of some use, and I wish one day to repay you for all the kindness you have shown me. I pulled my knees together and bowed my head. Please, take me as an apprentice. Silence descended. I kept my head bent. Footsteps sounded as the old man walked closer. I am a bit disheartened to hear you give up on your dream, Lu Jie. You may have had troubles, but I'd seen the resolve in your eyes. But the heavens have different plans for everyone, and it is the mark of youth to try and find your own path and Tao. If you think it lies in this craft, then I would be glad to teach it to you. I looked up at the old man. A frown sat on his wrinkly old face as he moved to inspect his cauldron. It has been decades since anyone has asked this old man to teach them. Know that I am no talented master, just a humble man who has been working his craft for a long time. He brushed his fingers across the lip of the cauldron. Think carefully, Lu Jie. The relationship of a master and apprentice runs deeper than all but family. If this is truly the path you wish to take, then kowtow thrice and agree to take me as your master, and I will agree to teach what I know of alchemy. I agree, master, I replied, partially relieved, and kowtowed thrice. I agree as well, apprentice. May the heavens be my witness. A pulse of qi traveled through the room at his words as the apprenticeship was made official. It had been partially a gamble to ask the old man. He really had no reason to accept me as a disciple. Officially, I'd still be a disciple of the sect. My duties would include helping him with his job and various chores. Outside of that, the old man was doing me a favor. I was a good deal nervous at being thrust in this position so randomly, but a part of me was also liberated. Step 1 of Plan Escape Dumb Cultivation Sect was a success. The old man stood in front of me, and I bowed my head once more. What do you know about alchemy, Lu Jie? The old man asked. Frowning, I dredged up a reply from Lu Jie's memories. Alchemy is the craft of refining, to refine various herbs and resources to form elixirs and pills that can help purify the dantian and bolster one's cultivation, as well as cure ailments and heal injuries. The alchemy in this world may be primitive, but it was still a field of study. My answer completely ignored the nature of alchemy, instead rendering it as a tool. A different reply bubbled up in me. Alchemy is the study of nature, the craft of understanding the body and spirit to create that which can heal and enhance both. It's the craft of medicine and one of conversion, a method to understand how the various herbs and essences work, and, by extension, how everything under heaven does. It's a path of understanding. This time the answer rang true. My qi swirled in my dantian. This was my new path. My Tao will differ from yours, but all of them reside under the heavens as one, guided by its will. I had never felt it before, Lu Jie. But now I feel the path of alchemy may indeed be the one for you. That choice is not mine to make. All this old man can do is guide you along your path." I nodded in reply, and the old man turned around. "Let us start with the very first thing, the ranks by which an alchemist is known. You have taken your first steps in alchemy as an alchemy apprentice. The next step for you will be one of a junior alchemist, capable of refining the simplest of pills and elixirs. Next would be a senior alchemist, the rank this old man had been for the majority of his life. You can call yourself a true alchemist at this rank. At the end of my life, I have taken my last steps to be a grand alchemist. After grand alchemist, your path will take you to be a master, a grandmaster, a saint, and at last, an alchemy emperor. Such is the path before you." Witnessing the old man's passion as he spoke, the depth of his old appearance dawned on me. The time he must have spent honing his craft. Few men looked old. The chi in them kept their appearances youthful, even beyond a century. And the higher you cultivated, the slower you aged. Yet old man appeared older than any person I'd ever encountered. He may not have a high cultivation, yet his skills and experience would be invaluable nonetheless. The first step in alchemy is the study of its ingredients. Which ingredient does what, and the potency of the herbs, the purity of the essence, and the time and technique involved in refining them. Smoke rose from the cauldron, twirling around the old man's hand, moving to an unseen rhythm. Seeing things straight out of a kung fu movie left me awed, and I gaped as the minty scent of herbs filled the chamber. Your first lesson will be on how to use the cauldron and refine a pill. A fire lit up under the iron cauldron on its own. The old man picked several books from his shelves and laid them out on the ground in front of me. "The Fundamentals of Alchemy, Part 1, the book read. A jade slip also rested next to it, and I stared at the old man for an answer. "That contains the recipe for 3 basic pills. When you can brew all 3 is when you can call yourself an alchemist. They are not rare recipes, but all alchemists have their own details and touches, and all are passed from master to apprentice." Looking back to the jade slip, a slight pulse of chi showed me all 3 pills and their recipes. My heart beat with excitement at the perspective of learning the first magic since arriving here. It was time to make some cultivation drugs. Chapter 3. Old Man Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang was old, his name quite literally meaning old man. It had been ages since anyone called him by his own name, and he preferred the given name anyways. It represented the time he'd spent at the sect here. Lao Zhang had been working as an alchemist for several decades, a large portion of that time spent here at the Cloudy Peaks sect, ever since the sect elders saw his skill and hired him as an alchemist. He spent his life working here, and only a few remained who remembered him as he was in his youth. When he'd crossed a century in age, he was free to leave the sect with his earnings, gaining a venerable elder solely on his age. He refused, of course. What purpose would he have in life if he stopped working for his sect? Perhaps if his grandson had been alive. The memory pricked a pang of guilt within Lao Zhang, but the pain had dulled with time. No, his purpose was right here. Working under the sect, living the last of his days trying to reach the truth of his own Tao. His age offered him wisdom, and there were some things you only saw when death approached, and your own physique turned against you. It had been a while since something surprised Lao Zhang. Yet here, today, that fact had been occurring more than once. Why hasn't anyone tried to test the original recipe, or improve it? The boy, Lu Jie, asked, sitting crossed-legged on the floor with textbooks opened all around him. Lao Zhang cast a strange expression through narrowed eyes at the boy. These recipes were created by our venerable ancestors, at the peak of their cultivation paths. To try and tamper with them would be folly. The boy turned back down to read through the texts, murmuring something under his breath. "Doesn't that mean they're outdated?" Lu Jie asked. Once again, Lao Zhang found himself lacking words. He stood silently, trying to think of a suitable way to guide Lu Jie. Except the boy had already lost track of his words, busy leafing through the textbooks as he occasionally muttered words Lao Zhang had a hard time placing. There had been something off about the boy ever since he'd lost his spar. The way he'd so easily chosen to give up worried Lao Zhang, that the defeat was quite harsh and his spirit may be in shambles. Yet Lu Jie appeared to be just fine. Quite excited, if the smile that crept on his face from time to time as he read the textbooks were anything to go by. Perhaps the treatment of the head injury wasn't complete. Lao Zhang was versed in medicine, but he was no healer, and injuries of the head are often tied to injuries of the spirit. Perhaps he should ask a healer to have a look at the child. Lao Zhang shook his head. This was not his grandchild, no matter what he thought at times. He shouldn't coddle Lu Jie. Without tribulations, none would ever grow and find their paths. All he should do is look after the child when he is about to fall. The same thing he'd do for any other disciple in the sect. "I've memorized them," Lu Jie said, closing the textbooks. "Already?" Lao Zhang asked in surprise. While the text only contained a few basic herbs, he'd still expected it to take a few days. It had barely been 2 hours. "What is the use of the glacial spirit poison, then?" Glacial spirit poison. A poison that acts on the heart and the body, slowing down its beat as the blood and body begin to turn cold before the victim eventually dies of heart failure. It can be used as an ingredient to counteract potent spirit poisons, as the decreased blood flow can prevent the poison from spreading, while the glacial qi can be used to mellow the fever, the boy replied in a single breath. "That is correct." "You memorized all of them?" Lao Zhang asked. Perhaps this was the boy's true blessing. A sheepish smile came onto the boy's face. "I know most of them by their descriptions. I got lucky for this one, as I remembered the properties and application." "Have you been taught alchemy before, Lu Jie?" "No, Master. This is my first time. But I had to memorize a lot of things as a kid, so I'm good at memorizing names and descriptions." Lao Zhang coughed once, hiding his pleasure at being called master. He hadn't had many disciples. His talent was too meager, and those that had been there were all old like him. To be called a master after so long was pleasing. "Very well. Then let us start learning how to use the cauldron," Lao Zhang said. Lu Jie's face lit up with a smile. He was truly blessed to have such an enthusiastic disciple. Once again, I thanked whatever God was listening for that YouTube video I'd watched on a memorization trick. It saved my hide plenty when needing to remember all the unholy reagent names and chemical formulas for multiple-step chemical reactions. And it continued to give, even here with the alchemy textbooks. Rote memorization wasn't something I enjoyed. It was dull, tedious, and led to no new information outside of simple memory storage, which could easily be taken care of by computers. Here, though, memory held a much higher value. The easiest way of storing information was texts and these jade slates. The slates were far too valuable to be used for anything but cultivation techniques and such. Most information was kept in books, which took time, thus increasing the worth of memorization. Going through Lu Jie's memory, I couldn't find if printing technology was a thing here or not, but from the number of books, they seemed to have some method of mass-producing texts. I quickly returned my attention to the old man, trying to keep my excitement in check about learning magic. My heart still trembled with joy despite my best attempts, and I had to fight to keep a smile off my face. "Do you know why we use the cauldron to refine, Lu Jie?" the old man asked, and I considered the question. "Because its shape allows for even distribution of heat? And because it can hold a lot of things in it?" The old man nodded. "Those are reasons too, though size matters little. More proficient alchemists often use small cauldrons that are much larger on the inside. There is a greater reason as to why we use cauldrons, and it lies in its ability to hone qi." The old man swept his hand out, his long sleeve billowing as qi flowed around the chamber. "There are 3 things that define one's talent in alchemy. One's sensitivity to qi, the ability to finely manipulate qi, and lastly, luck. A lot of luck is needed to get the right ingredients for a pill at times. Luck is also needed when refining the pill. The difference between a good alchemist and a poor one is how often they fail. Even the most experienced of alchemists will have a chance of failing, and only the heavens can tell when they will favor you." I frowned. There was little reason to have luck play a part if the mechanics behind the task were understood. An awful lot of this might simply be due to the vague instructions in these elixirs and pills, alongside the mystical approach of the heavens' favor. That may be why luck was such a factor in failure of success. If these pills worked similar to any chemical reaction, beyond just magic, there should be conditions with the optimal chances of success and the optimal chances of yield, etc. Narrowing down on those factors will be all that's needed, at least in theory. In principle, I could be completely wrong, and things did actually work on spiritual magic bullshit. Who could say? This was a cultivation world, after all. Since luck is out of our hands, we focus on the remaining 2 things. The old man walked around the area as he picked up a few herbs from a nearby shelf. Qi sensitivity and qi control are both heaven-gifted blessings. There are pills and elixirs that can help improve one's innate abilities a touch, but they are rare and are not always effective. Then is it all about being blessed? To be a good alchemist, you need to be blessed? I asked, and immediately regretted it when a melancholic expression passed over the old man's face. It is not all about being blessed, Lu Jie. The heavens turn a kind eye to those who work hard. Qi sensitivity and qi control can both be trained to a certain extent, and it is with these 2 things that the cauldron helps with. The cauldron is a tool to not only carry your herbs, but also your qi. A good cauldron allows for your qi to pass smoothly, without any interruptions, and it guides the essence inward. A poor cauldron can contain impurities and deformities, disrupting the flow of qi. The old man put the herbs in the cauldron, the fire beneath it growing larger. Pay attention to my qi, Lu Jie. You'll try this next. His qi began to billow, surprising me at the amount. I never really knew which circle or realm the old man was, did I? Qi swirled within the cauldron as the herbs began to break down, releasing their essence. I felt multiple swirling patterns all combining within the cauldron as the essences were guided toward one another. The smell of herbs rose as smoke began to escape, and I watched with bated breath as the delicate movement of the qi merged the essence together. In a swift motion, the fire blazed, and all the qi within the cauldron condensed to one spot. Old man's qi pulsed one last time before a singular pill formed within the cauldron. This is a simple qi refilling pill. It will nourish you when your qi is running low. Though consuming too much can cause your qi to overstrain and damage your dantian, the old man said, showing me the pill. Now you try, Lu Jie. I nodded happily, walking over to the cauldron. I picked up the herbs, sensing the qi present inside them. Taking the needed amount, I put the herbs in the cauldron and tried to send a pulse of my qi. A few moments passed in silence as I stood in front of the quiet cauldron. "Is something wrong, Lu Jie?" the old man asked. "How do you light the fire again?" I asked, with an embarrassed smile, trying not to shrink under the quiet sigh of the old man. The path of selling drugs seemed to be a long one. Chapter 4. Rat Danes. Alchemy was expensive. That was the first predicting many of the 16 plans. That was with more than America as well and more and normal for the 16. Ratdags are where. Ratdags was in Hidit that forced producers for no vision to vinch. That was the critical 10. They could tend to do this one. The previous servant was the other producers with. That was the incomplexable. And the text the game made from 2004, much more visitive as well. The text a game made from no vision to me. Rastegs was encritic. The great day has been split in with his better success from the very far words with 516s. Ratdegs is nothing to sun when we take erect the contemplate to do this one, which ones you and the free day visit self, the windstrom of the text work from it. The great dags and more, they takes anything more, has findedly make this fallover to were avoided. Looking from the first 4, they were true that the breathing from the world. The chronic man meant that this since that any states is getting the fortune of the avoidable low, they were be the videos of literal that. The building street that meaning moored in the date of existence. The traditionally didn't as we explained in Tech the Game. The traditional is most of its nothing to do this one, with maybe their stature that once the text in did. The traditional is with more that maybe their stature that more was more fill brief in which the text. The traditional game made is an other mile that the developing that the world. Sumning they were true that the developing that more, they were implemented anything life stage within. Maybe they're later to would defense it for the most of it, and not feeling the mains of this one. They can do that the game made that the producers than which reveled. The traditional is a text together when they work to and manage the case of them, so they understand is that we can do things. They were curiously that another case of them that work, which will be care of them of its spirit. The cratic man meant that this was infamate, you will provide my. The traditional is most of that the critical ting, that more that was no bidded from the critical ting. The traditional game made that they word distribute when this chatter as well a lot. The game made spirit is be not the traditional ting, was be not made in the chet. With the world sitting the man is that they were adjusted me, that they were forecast to fix to me. They were from more and leader. The critical ting that they were following more, that they were from more and leader. The critical ting they were following more and the justed more and leader. They were from more and leader. They were following more and the jested more and leader. The great theg is not the traditional. They were subscribed to anything without. The critical ting they were spirit more. They were being more twiv anything of it. They were provide me to do. The model is this. They were jested me that were to advance that they were not. The critical ting they were following more and leader. The great theg it seemed developed a more and leader. They were spirit more, and the chet the wort. The critical ting they were fluted in a way that wort, they were wonder themselves when they were fully the more and leader. They were spirit more, they were following more and leader. The great they get a great more visit, they were following more and leader. They were following more and leader. They work from the critical ting. The critical ting they were following more and leader. They were following more and leader. They were provide me to do. The critical ting was been summeled, they were following more priors and fighted. They were to will be the word. The critical ting they were not, they work from the critical ting. They were from aloft that wert, they were turned about them. The critical ting they were following more and leader. They were following more, they were following more and leader. They were from the critical ting they were devidly to do. The critical ting they were not, they were following more and leader. They were provide me to do, they were falling more and leader. They word from the critical tang, so they were falling more priors and fighted, they were provide me to do. They work from the critical tang, they were provide me to do. The critical tang, they were provide and word, they were make themselves and selves, and this was like again, they were falling more and leader. They work from the critical tang, they were provide me to do. The critical tang, they were provide more and leader. They word from the critical tang, they were make them a self, they work from the critical tang. They were from the critical tang, they were provide me to do. They word from the critical tang, they work from the critical tang. The rest of the critical tang, they word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. That was the first thing to become apparent over the last few days of my stay here. Not only did the spiritual herbs cost money, but so did having to refill my qi because of the meager amount I possessed. It was a vicious cycle where each herb I wasted would also require me to use up a qi refilling pill, increasing the cost of waste by a ton. Looking at the higher tier pills, each could need a lot of expensive materials. And the more potent the pill, the higher its chances of failure, increasing the costs of making the pill even higher. In short, I needed money. It was easier said than done. Outer disciples got paid a very small amount, as the sect itself provided for most of their needs as long as they remained. I'd think the disciples would be a burden, seeing how few were ever kicked out of the sect, if I wasn't out here sweeping the ground for the past 4 hours. We were free labor, wage slaves without any wage. It made sense they only kicked disciples out when they committed some crime that had been caught and brought to an elder's attention. Pretty much never. Things got worse when I had a look at Lu Jie's finances, finding barely enough money to get food for a couple of weeks. The money would last me longer if I took my leave and settled in some countryside farm, but I refused to give up and turn to a life of labor. I can't start experimenting without the resources, which would be far easier to find in the city. Thus, the problem endlessly repeated. I needed money to learn alchemy, to earn money to leave the sect, and strike it out on my own. Eat something funny, Lu Jie? Your face is all scrunched up like you got a nasty stomachache, the other boy, sweeping the ground next to me, said. His two crooked front teeth peeked from under his lips, almost like a rat. Su Lin was the boy's name, one of the few outer sect disciples to be both on a lower realm than me and of an older age. It made me wonder how he got accepted into the sect in the first place. Just recovering from the spar, I replied offhandedly, returning my focus to sweeping the paths. There was a tinge of anger inside me, not an emotion of my own, but one born from Lu Jie's memories. He despised how Su Lin was content to live his life in the sect, doing menial labor with no hopes of ever rising through the ranks. It went against everything Lu Jie had believed in. I told you the young masters were trouble. They got the Thunder Phoenix bloodline and the twin cultivation stuff. You can't beat 'em even if they're in the same realm as you. That too, not for long, I reckon, Su Lin said, snickering about something as he continued to sweep. The jab at my bottleneck within the current realm was obvious, yet I couldn't care less. Perhaps if Lu Jie was here, he'd have been fuming, but I found myself curious about the guy. He was lanky and clearly old, though not the oldest outer sect disciple around. Then again, anyone who doesn't go past the first circle before turning 25 usually ends up taking a job at the sect or leaving. For some reason, Su Lin stuck around. An idea began to bud. How long have you been in the sect? I asked. The lanky boy straightened a bit in surprise, his eyes scanning my face for clues. Me? A decade? Dunno, been a while, Su Lin said with a slight frown as he looked down at me. He was taller, not by much. I returned what I hoped was a friendly smile, moving closer. So, you've been here for a long time. You must know almost all the outer sect disciples then. Perhaps even some inner sect ones? I asked, trying to mask my question as idle curiosity. I do know a few, I suppose. What about it? Su Lin asked, eyeing me, his two crooked teeth visible. Now was the difficult part. I'd created a narrative in Su Lin's mind without forcing the issue onto him. From an outsider's perspective, I'd just lost a spar and holed myself in for a couple of days, not talking to anyone. No one besides the old man really knew about my apprenticeship or the fact I'd been devouring alchemy textbooks and trying to set up experiments in the old man's chamber. To them, it had looked like I'd taken my defeat quite harshly. Nothing, no big deal. It's just, I was wondering, you've been here for so long, and even if we're both outer sect disciples, you must get some respect for the time you've spent here serving the sect. The heavens may not bless us all equally, but hard work is valued equally. I kept my voice even, studying Su Lin's reaction. I was obviously trying to flatter him, and wasn't even trying to hide it at all. It was all total bullshit. Age meant next to nothing, and the only measure of respect people gained was strength. Your typical survival of the fittest world of a cultivation novel. And thus, I suspected there were two ways Su Lin would react. The first, and the disappointing one, would be where he just accepts the flattery, thinking I'm genuinely trying to flatter him and get a favor. Not optimal, but still workable. The second, the thing I'd been aiming for, would be if Su Lin wasn't as dumb as he appeared. I had suspicions for his reasons for staying in the sect for next to no pay, working as a wage labor even when offered a job. This was my way of trying to prod him into confirming my suspicions. "A bit. You do get to know people with time, and they too know you," Su Lin replied, returning to his work. A half answer, then. Damn. At least this isn't the first option, so there's still a chance. I wasn't great at subterfuge, but my future was hinged on this. I was thinking, do you know anyone who works in the Spirit Herbs Garden? I smiled as Su Lin went still. The Spirit Herbs Garden, maintained by the sect, was one of the most guarded locations in the outer sect, and one of the more difficult places to enter. "And what if I do?" Su Lin said, setting his broom aside and standing completely straight for once. My guess was proved right, and I struggled to hold my smile back. "I may have something that could benefit both of us," I said. Digging into my pouch, I took out a single qi refilling pill. Su Lin's eyes shifted toward the qi refilling pill, and they widened in surprise. Outer sect disciples only got elixirs and pills for the first month. If they showed no signs of talent, then their support was cut off. Someone like me carrying pills around had a very specific image presented from an outsider's perspective. He thought I was stealing them. "I've got more, but I need spirit herbs. You bring these spirit herbs, and I give you 5 of these. You get to keep 1/4 of the money. And if I can trust you, then I also have some more potent pills lying around." I put the pill back in my pouch, tapping it lightly as I sent a pulse of qi in it. A strong qi presence similar to a high-grade first circle pill drifted out. Su Lin's nose twitched. The bait was set. "Near the second tree, next to the outer walls. Every 7 days during the evening's work," Su Lin said quickly, walking away without taking a single glance back. I stood there for a few moments before heading toward my chamber, letting out a sigh of relief. He fell for my bluff. That qi refilling pill was the only one I'd successfully crafted in the last 4 days of work, out of 14 attempts. Manipulating qi was ridiculously tough, and I'd still not found the optimal conditions required in making them. A lot more testing needed to be done. Even then, I nearly broke even on the cost with this single successful pill. With time, narrowing down the reaction conditions was feasible, thus becoming able to sustainably churn out pills. The only problem with that had been gaining a sustainable supply of spirit herbs, and what the old man could afford to give me was disappointingly limited. Thus, this alternative method. I tapped my pouch, glad about the fact I carried some of the wasted pills. A pulse of qi had broken them up, making them release their own qi, which briefly made it seem like I was carrying a high-grade pill. I was glad Su Lin hadn't attacked me, tried to steal my pills. Though I was a realm higher than him, the difference wouldn't be much, seeing how he was more physically fit from his extended stay at the sect. It had been a gamble, seeing how I barely knew the guy. But the temptation of higher-grade pills appeared to be large enough for him to not do anything rash. It was a good deal, too. He got to triple what he would have earned from simply selling spirit herbs at minimal risk. Letting thoughts of Su Lin be, as I entered the somewhat familiar chamber, my notes spread all around with little parchments containing half-scribbled notes in English and some in the language for words I failed to translate. Something chittered beneath the notes, and I frowned. A black figure peeked from under one of the books, a portion of the page in its mouth. On instinct, I jumped and grabbed the little creature under the sheet of paper, before grabbing it in my fist. The little rat tried to escape my grasp, but no matter how weak, I was still a cultivator, and a rat couldn't free itself from my strength. "So, you're the one who was eating all those pills, huh?" I glared at the little pest, finally realizing who'd been chewing up all my paper and eating the residue from my qi pills. The rat froze, shivering once as if it knew it had messed up. I was about to let the creature go, not willing to kill it over just feeding itself, when I noticed the tiny bead of qi present at its core. My eyes widened in surprise, and a chuckle escaped me. The black-furred pest squeaked in terror at its true nature being sensed. A grin split my face in two, holding the little treasure in my hand a bit tighter. I'd just caught myself a spirit rat. Chapter 5. Gotta catch 'em all? What should I do with you now? I doubted the little rat could understand my words. The creature had barely any qi, nowhere enough to have a mind capable of thinking proper thoughts. Kneeling, the rat squeaked once, shivering within my hand. Perhaps surprised it was still alive? Doing my best to not make any sudden movements, I took out my qi refilling pill and brought it near the rat. I know you like this. Go ahead. Take a bite. Despite knowing it couldn't understand me, something about a fuzzy little creature being terrified for its life made me wish to talk to it in a soothing manner. The little rat's nose twitched, inspecting the pill. Then it began to nibble at it. I let the rat go, keeping my hand nearby to quickly grab it if it tried to escape. Stay there. Got it? I said, infusing my words with qi. A neat trick I'd learnt while studying. The rat's qi pulsed in response, and I took that as an acknowledgement. Going through the textbooks I'd been given by the old man, I found the one mentioning spirit animals. Skimming the pages confirmed my thoughts. The rat was a spirit animal. From what I knew, occasionally animals could gather qi and form a core in their bodies. The majority of spirit animals were born with qi, but some could gain one further in their lives. And at a high enough cultivation realm, they could also take human forms. Typical cultivation stuff. I didn't care much about the human part, though the process itself was something I'd love to study. My interest lay in another area entirely: their ability to smell spirit herbs. Spirit animals were uncannily good at finding spirit herbs, usually found near areas filled with them. And the rat being rat, I suspected if I could tame it, then it could completely solve my spirit herb problem and remove my dependency on Sulin. I wonder if you'll stick around. I dug out some of the other unfinished pills that failed. They still contained qi and were made of herbs, nothing that would harm the creature. The rat's nose twitched once more as it shot toward the pill in my hand, grabbing it and beginning to devour the treat. I smiled, petting the rat on its furry little head. It squeaked once before it continued to consume the pill like the greedy rat it was. You wouldn't happen to know how to shoot lightning, right? The rat turned to me for a moment, then returned to its pill when it couldn't decide what I meant. Shaking my head and setting jokes about an electric rat companion aside, I turned my attention back to my notes. The little project I'd been working on was a standardized refining process to create a qi refilling pill. The first goal was reducing the time of refining, which tended to be around 15 minutes to half an hour. And that variation was nuts. You don't cook something 15 minutes longer and get the same results. You just don't. I looked away from the physical and tried to delve into the magical. Here was where things got rough. To understand magic, I'd first have to understand qi, and I had no idea whatsoever about how qi worked. I could feel the qi in my dantian and could even draw it out and use it. The only technique to directly apply qi that Lu Jie knew was the basic technique given to all outer sect disciples of the Cloudy Peaks sect. Serene Mist Art, it was called, a lesser version of the Celestial Peak Arts. The technique was all about the martial arts kung fu jazz of sitting down and doing nothing while gaining powers. You'd think with how much the stronger cultivators meditated, they'd be wise and shit, but here we are. The art was useless to me, as the technique was about light steps and martial arts, and I sucked at those. The thing that was good for me lay in the ability to reinforce my body with qi. That, and the ability to reinforce other things with my own qi. The former was easy. I could use my qi to run a bit faster, jump a bit higher, be more aware, all that jazz. It was fascinating, and I planned to dissect how exactly a human body can generate superhuman strength. Like, it doesn't make sense considering the muscle fibers should rip apart. Then again, these guys can shoot light. The rat squeaked, interrupting my thoughts as it scurried closer with eyes filled with anticipation. It stood on its back legs, extending both of its front legs out, as if begging for more. Smart rat. I smiled and took out a spirit herb this time and gave it one tiny leaf. That would be it for its treats today. Anyways, where was I? Right, qi reinforcement. It was quite useful as it allowed me to study how exactly things worked when infused with my qi. I held up the spirit herb. Outside of the qi present in it, there was nothing special about the little plant. It was just a small leaf. But here was the interesting part. A pulse of qi going through the plant made its leaves shimmer. There was a very thin coating forming over the leaf itself that gave it the shimmer. If I added more qi, the plant glowed a bit brighter before it would reach a saturation point. If I pushed any further, then it would shrivel up and die, as if drained of life. It made no sense to me why it behaved this way. The shimmering may be due to the qi agitating the plant into releasing chemicals that shone in the light. Or it could be a layer of qi itself. Then why did the plant die out when excessive qi was passed through it? Did the qi burn its insides? In contrast to the spirit herb, normal plants seemed to barely react unless excessive qi was passed through them, in which case they usually burst into pieces, like they were bloated from the inside. I did find that a very careful application of qi could make the plants grow faster, but I wasn't good enough to produce visible results. I didn't have the needed control. At least, for now, that is. I wish I had a microscope to shove all this under. Maybe I could make a simple one. Just another dream item for my quickly growing list. I was also testing if feeding a certain amount of qi to a plant every day would result in that plant turning into a spirit herb, though it'd be a massive waste of qi even if it did, unless I managed to produce a completely new type of herb not seen before. Cross-pollination or grafting was another interesting thought. How would that work for these plants? If there were spirit herbs, then surely there would be spirit bushes, and berries and trees out in the wild, right? They'd probably have a developed ecosystem that may have a whole hidden layer that was dependent on qi, which may just be key, pun absolutely intended, in finding out how qi interacted with living things. One thing was for sure, it wasn't any of the fundamental forces of nature found in my world. It didn't depend on materials and particles and laws other than people. I could manipulate it by thought. Perhaps there was some organ in this body's brain that could move the physical or energy form of qi around, but I doubted it. Then what I was really challenging here was an honest-to-God supernatural force layered on top of normal physics and could interact with it without breaking reality as we knew it. Magic. I scribbled down on my notes, trying to come up with theories and possibilities while thinking about other things to test. I returned to my notes on the qi refining process, going through the various factors I'd listed out. There was the temperature, the properties of the herbs themselves that formed the pill. The time spent in the cauldron was the mixture of various ingredients, which wasn't much like chemistry outside of herbology or cooking. Just throw the herbs in, mesh and blend together, and it was done. The problem was in narrowing down the factors that made the pill work. There was the essence of the herbs themselves, that is to say, the qi in them, which gave the pill its ability. The time spent in refining was solely focused on drawing the qi out of these ingredients and melding them. The melding process was where things tended to get drastic. A small mistake in coaxing the qi together could at times make the qi explode outward. The interaction between the various qi of the herbs and their bodies was dependent on both how I manipulated my qi and how well I maintained the flame and a qi pressure around them. The qi pressure was what I'd named the process of surrounding the cauldron with my qi and pushing from all sides uniformly. It sort of worked like an ideal gas in that sense, where it followed the gas laws of pressure, though I doubt it did so as an ideal gas would. The fact pressure increased the boiling point seemed to be true. There was a very fine margin of pressure under which qi mixed together well with one another, melding into a singular, uniform solution that formed the pill. But so far, I'd been unable to replicate my one-time success. Maybe if I find some sort of reactive reagent of qi? Perhaps treating the qi as a chemical reaction would be better, treating each element's qi as a separate chemical to be mixed in a reaction. Could try feeding some qi to the rat to see how my qi reacts with a spirit animal. A chittering voice broke me from my thoughts. The rat was climbing up my leg, its nose sniffing around my pouch. Bad, bad rat, stay put. To my surprise, it climbed back down to the ground. Perhaps it was smarter than I'd thought. I was contemplating what to do with the rat. Perhaps teach it to come to me for food every so often. I hummed to myself in thought about the little critter I'd caught, when it used the most ferocious move any creature could use. The cuteness attack. Its little pink nose twitched as it let out the most pitiful squeak I'd ever heard. My defenses started to crumble. I steadied my heart and looked it in the eye with a stern expression. Two black, beady eyes stared back as it lifted one paw, rubbing it against my leg. My heart melted. The cute meter exploded from overdose. I tried to resist, yet all was futile against those pitiful eyes, their cuteness surpassing all under the heavens. I dug out a little bit of my remaining pill residue, handing it over. The rat gladly began to chomp down on its feast. You evil, smart little creature. I'd say you'd make a fine assistant. I think I have just the name for you as well. Lab rat. That'll be your name. Labby for short. I gently pet its head, and Labby squeaked. Perhaps out of delight from the petting or the pill I'd given it. Got my first cultivation pet. Time to catch 'em all? I smiled, snorting at my own lame reference. A horde of ideas began to flood me. The possibilities of being able to test on a spirit animal excited me. I wouldn't harm Labby, he was too precious. And I wasn't cruel enough to kill something I'd named. No, Labby would live as my assistant as I broke down the mysteries behind his magic. Labby froze from my glance his way. I flashed a grin that even I knew must have looked quite evil. We're gonna have some fun times together, my new friend. The little rat squeaked quietly, and I cackled with all my mad scientist glory. I would untangle each mystery this world had to offer. Beware, ye secrets of magic. I come for you. Chapter 6. A peaceful day. The sizzling of food filled my ears. I stirred the large pot of vegetables around, occasionally picking up a couple of logs to throw into the campfire. Got anything, Labby? I got a squeak from the little rat in reply. Labby scurried closer, a little plant filled with qi in its mouth. Good boy, I praised Labby, petting him once before I let him back out again. I stored the herb in my pouch, returning my attention back to my lunch. I'd come out into a little forest area near the backside of the sect. The Cloudy Peak sect, quite aptly with its name, was situated on two cloudy hills. The smaller hill being the outer sect where I was, and the larger one being the intersect compound. The amount of land combined under the sect's control was massive, spanning around both hills as it spread into a forest, all of which was within the sect's premises. The city outside was a 5-minute cultivator walk away. I'd decided to spend my cultivation time with something far more productive, gathering spirit herbs. Labby had proven his worth as he'd quickly sniffed out the spirit herbs among the regular plants and herbs. The gathered spirit herbs weren't potent, unlike what the spirit garden would produce. These wild spirit plants contained minimal qi and were quite weak, but they were also relatively easily found, making them perfect for testing. I stirred the vegetables and meat fry once more, its scent filling my nostrils. Nothing quite like campfire food, I smiled, humming a random song, and sprinkled some of the spirit herbs into the food. Any outer disciple would have gasped in horror at that, except Labby had got me quite a few spirit herbs today, enough to create the needed pills for my deal with Su Lin, and have a few spares for testing to care too much. With a flick of my wrist, I made the fire go away and picked up my bowl beside me on the grass. I smiled smugly at the little trick I'd learned from the old man for starting a fire under the cauldron. Starting the fire was quite simple, just needed to focus on where I wanted to concentrate my qi and envision it turning warm. The qi would provide enough energy to start combustion in whatever fuel you were providing it. The process made me wonder how exactly the energy transfer would work, and further questions on how people even controlled their qi. Though I wasn't going to be solving all mysteries in one day, was I? Putting out the flame had been a bit trickier. I had to direct my qi fast enough over the flames that a layer formed for an instant over the wood, cutting the oxygen supply, and the fire died instantly. I served myself the fried meat and vegetables, taking a little bowl out for Labby as well. A gentle breeze blowing through the grassy plains brought a smile to my face. The air here was fresher, and the qi of the land surrounded me. No doubt the sect had been located here due to the qi present in its environments. Labby came closer with another squeak, carrying a cut-off herb. I saw a few chewed leaves at the end, and shook my head as I took the herb from its mouth and gave it a pet in thanks. "You can eat the food too if you want to," I said, holding out his small bowl of my homemade recipe of stir-fry, poor college student edition. Labby's little nose twitched a couple times as he inspected it, before digging in. I sighed contently, heating my lunch out in the open. A couple of animals curiously walked by from the denser tree groves nearby, but none were curious enough to come out into the open grasslands. I soaked in the sights around me, marveling at the mystical magic of qi that flowed all over this place. Following a whim, I took out my notes, taking a look under the section where I'd tried to test if it were possible to make spirit herbs grow faster with qi. I stared at the problems, the drying leaves, the shimmering energy, and a whole bunch of messy notes. Leafing through the pages, my eyes wandered over the text, yet not reading them. An instinct called out to me, and I began to channel my qi. It swirled in my dantian, rotating in circles, and the qi of the land began to soak into my veins. I kept reading through my notes, idly remarking on portions. Time flew by in a daze. The wind was telling me something. There was something wrong with my qi. I frowned, still lost in a strange trance as the words faded across the wind. I absently held a quill, the answer becoming obvious, and wrote something down. 2 circles, one flowing into the other, like an infinite, never-ending loop. I changed the pattern, and something shifted inside of me. 1 circle, 2 circles. The qi swirled. 15 circles. 16 circles. Something began to form in my dantian. 80 circles. 81 circles. With a pop, the qi settled and my sight came back into focus. The qi within my dantian changed, and as if with a sigh, the qi of the land began to flow into me. The wind flowed through my hair for a while before my mind finally broke free of the daze it had been stuck in. Labby slept quietly on my lap. I smiled, gently petting his head as I put the rat into the herb basket. Stretching my limbs out, I stood. I looked at the sky, noticing the high midday sun. It had been hours since I'd started. Must have lost track of time. I had felt that writing in my notes was strangely meditative, but wow. Labby squeaked, peeking over the basket. Yeah, little buddy. Sorry about the delay. Let's go now, I said, packing my stuff up and cleaning up my little campfire, when something caught my attention. Is the grass longer here? I stared at the grass under my feet. For a few feet around me, the grass was marginally longer than everywhere else. The wind bent the grass, merging them all into a single green blanket. I shrugged, chalking it up to an optical illusion of some kind. Labby chittered, playing with the spirit herbs in the basket. One sat on its head like a crown. I laughed, feeling strangely at peace. It was time to do some alchemy experiments. Qi stirred within the cauldron, its contents bubbling and frothing, more like a witch's poison than any life-saving elixir. Stirring the liquid lightly, I kept adding my own qi to the mixture. The smoke from the potion stung my eyes when it gushed forth, the herbs letting their essence out as they began to mix into the solution and turn homogeneous. I continued my stirring, keeping my speed even. This was my 6th recipe on making a qi refilling elixir, having shifted my focus from making pills to an elixir. I'd found the saturation point of water for qi was much higher than that of spirit herbs, which was a bit strange since herbs should naturally contain a lot of water in their cells. In just a cup worth of water, I could drain all of my qi and the water would hold it, so long as I didn't boil it away. Unlike water, steam sucked at holding qi whatsoever. I didn't have any ice to test with, but suspected the same was true with that as well. My theory so far was that qi was an intermediate stage of energy, a transition element of sorts, where it was on me to guide how the energy was applied. The reason steam couldn't hold on to my qi was due to the particles being far too excited, making the qi excited and unable to properly mesh. Similar to mixing sugar in hot water, the qi could dissolve in hot water, but impossible to do so in steam. It was just a hypothesis for now. I'd need to run a lot more tests before I could prove any of this, but I felt like I was moving in the right direction. With a bubbling noise, the qi within the cauldron poured forth. The smoke contained leftover qi that had begun rising. I'd reached the saturation point. Taking out a couple of the spirit herbs from yesterday, I gently added them to the mixture, stirring evenly while increasing the qi pressure inside the cauldron. There was a light shimmer to the green potion now, and I was starting to think the herb's shimmering glow was just the layer of water molecules on its leaves latching onto the qi as they evaporated through the pores. "Labby, can you get me that flower?" I called out, keeping my eyes on the cauldron and pointing toward the flower on the nearby shelf. Labby chittered, climbing up the wooden shelf and grabbed the flower. Taking a small run, he leapt from his perch, landing on my knee before he climbed up to my shoulders, flower in its mouth. The best lab assistant ever. "Thank you," I said, gently petting Labby. He jumped back down, going off to do whatever he was doing. I looked to the spirit lotus petals in my hand. This was the part that made me nervous. The alchemy book detailed the spirit lotus to have earth and water qi, similar to the muddy waters it grew in. The properties from those qi enabled the ability to sustain and coagulate qi into them. The lotus petal was usually used in pills to bind the qi together. It was a common ingredient. The regular method of brewing the qi refilling elixir simply involved pouring in spirit herbs and holding the solution at the right qi pressure while melding in my own qi, waiting for it to dissolve, and then slowly boiling the excess water away. My intention was to use the lotus petal to increase its capacity. The old man would have probably frowned had he been here. Another reason why I'd asked permission to get a small cauldron for my own chamber, where I could experiment freely. I took a breath and let the petals fall into the potion. Nerves racked me, waiting for the reaction to go horribly wrong and splash me with boiling water. But the petals simply floated in the bubbling solution, starting to break down. The musty smell of earthy qi hit my nose, and I hurriedly started to churn my qi through the solution. My heart began beating faster as my qi turned thicker. I added more intensity to the flame under the cauldron, and the water began to boil faster. Labby chittered from behind me, almost as if sharing my nervous excitement, and I smiled. This was the fun part. Qi gushed forth, swirling on its own now. A whirlpool of qi formed. The earth essence was heavier than normal qi, refusing to be moved by my meager qi as it started to form a lump at the center. Panic began to grow in my heart. The cauldron started to turn hotter and hotter. The qi was swirling. The solution began to glow. I dimmed the flame, focusing all my attention on the cauldron as I tried to spread the earthen qi uniformly through the solution. The qi spread under my will, mixing in with the essence of the spirit herbs, and the energy began to focus. With a pop, the cauldron shuddered, a cloud of smoke spewing forth from the potion. I coughed, taking a step back. My eyes watered from the smoke, the qi burning my nostrils and throat. First, clearing my vision, I walked closer, and my heart dropped. Clumps floated in the potion, bobbing up and down in the now brown and murky liquid. The earthen qi hadn't spread properly, binding the solid particles of the solution into clumps. I let out a dejected sigh, about to drain it into a bottle to store away, when I heard Labby squeak. With a jump, the little rat stood on my shoulder before leaping into the cauldron. I panicked, my hands shooting out to grab him when he expertly grabbed onto the cauldron's rim. He dunked his little head into the potion while taking a drink. A happy chitter sounded out as Labby sipped the potion. My heart fluttered. The layer of brown gunk floated away, revealing the bright green potion underneath. Realization hit me the very next moment. The earthen qi sucked out not the herbs or their qi, but the gunk from the cauldron and the low-grade spirit herbs instead. I skimmed the filth away. Taking out a porcelain container, I poured the light green potion in. Grabbing the elixir, I swirled it once and took a small sip. Qi rushed through my body, filling up my dantian. I grinned at my first successful experimental potion. Quest complete. Reward is a caffeine substitute, I said, snickering as Labby squeaked, licking his paws for the little remaining bits of elixir left on them. I shook my head, still smiling from my successful results as I turned back toward the cauldron. I needed to make notes on the process and increase its success rate. This was my first step toward making a working formula for the brewing and even the refining process. There was no way I could stop smiling even if I tried. I took another sip from the elixir, feeling the refreshing energy travel through my body, before I closed the bottle and put it away. It was time to crank out some cultivator energy drinks. Chapter 7. Totally not drug trafficking. Wrinkles upon wrinkles merged into one as the old man stared at the green elixir in my hand where I knelt. He hummed thoughtfully, eyes narrowing to two dark slits hidden under his wrinkly face. I kept my expression straight. The fact I wasn't smiling with a smug expression impressed me a lot. Though my cheeks hurt from having smiled the whole time I'd tested the new elixir against the previous version for chi replenishing potency and time taken for activation. My tests showed it was around 4% more potent than the normal version and 9% faster. That may not seem like much, if not for the fact I'd only barely just started learning alchemy. Results like this may have been a fluke for now, but it was extremely promising nonetheless for the potential of further development. Even back home, chemistry began as alchemy and the desire to create gold. Same with the immortality chase and herbal science in Asia. Both fields were fueled by the greed of the rich and powerful, yet both were eventually led to become something far more valuable to humanity and a way to study the world around us. If I could show the potential alchemy possessed, research it and break it down in an understandable way, then perhaps I could spark a change in this world as well. I doubt it would happen in my lifetime. Successfully managing to break down the mysteries behind this world within my lifetime was an unknown. But that didn't matter. Even just a start would be enough. And this was a cultivation world. Perhaps I'd pick up enough tidbits to live a bit longer. Worth it if it let me further my research. "So you've done it, despite my warnings then," the old man said. I nodded and he sighed, taking the porcelain bottle and swirling it once. "Did you succeed in improving the recipe, Lu Jie?" the old man asked. "Somewhat. There's a lot to be improved even now. It's marginally better and slightly more cost-efficient." Old man continued to stare at my elixir. "Do you know why trying to improve these recipes is frowned upon, Lu Jie?" the old man asked. I shook my head, straightening up slightly. Something about the tone of his voice made me worry. "The ancestors, who established the 7 celestial peaks from which the Cloudy Peaks sect branch was formed, had also formed a vault of alchemy. It is now run by a council of elders and holds many of the recipes our ancestors left behind." The old man's voice was fraught. "They safeguard the recipes, and the commonly available alchemical books only contain the simplified versions. Any alternate brewings are shut down and added to the vaults." I'd expected this, partially at the very least. It was difficult not to. No matter how backward the technology might be, these alchemists and cultivators lived for centuries and are leagues better than what I can do with my own chi. Something as simple as mixing the spirit lotus into the elixir wouldn't remain untested for such a long period of time. The obvious answer, I'd concluded, was that some powerful figure was controlling the recipes present in the market. I've known a few who'd still continued, trying to explore the depths their knowledge and gifts would take them. They usually die by some misfortune or in some explosion from their elixirs or pills, the old man said, handing me the bottle of elixir back. "Do you really wish to continue down this path, Lu Jie? It isn't too late. You can climb much higher than this old man ever did. I've seen the drive in your eyes, boy. But it doesn't have to go against the elders to pursue that path." The old man's voice was heavy and tired. I think he knew my answer, and the concern in his expression hurt me. I stared at my elixir. I could go through the hoops, live as an alchemist under the sect, and rise through the ranks, while experimenting on the side. But was that truly what I wanted to do? No, definitely not. I wanted no part in these politics and bullshit. Even as an alchemist, being part of the sect would mean interacting with cultivators, which I already had to do more than I'd like to. Not to mention, other alchemists might try to steal my recipes, or betray me, or just push me down a notch if I rise too fast. It was far too tedious. No, I'd instead be free. I had no intention of going against any elders or organization, but I wasn't going to be tied down either. What I needed was a lab of my own, where I could freely experiment as I pleased, research all I want, free from the concerns of the cultivator nonsense. I raised my head, taking a deep breath. The old man raised his hand. No need, boy. I know that look. You have the spark I lacked as a youth, Lu Jie. Perhaps this truly was the path chosen by the heavens for you. I see your desire to learn, and it's not one to be bound under chains, but one that wishes to soar like a dragon in the open skies, the old man said, smiling. I scratched my nose, embarrassed by the heaps of praise. I don't plan to go against the elders, Master. I have no desire for conflict. But I do not wish to be tied down by the sect. I would like to pursue my own craft and stand on my own 2 feet. Had this been anyone else, I wouldn't have let my thoughts out so openly. Yet, even in just a few days, I'd come to think of the old man as my master. And lying about this would have been an insult to him. There are free alchemists around, usually more merchants than alchemists. It's difficult to make it out on your own, Lu Jie. Not in these cities. The lords of the empire provide for the sects, and any new rising powers are crushed with impunity. I knew this already, with how the sect was structured to favor strength. Not just the sect, but the entire empire. It was strength that ruled in these lands. Competition was not tolerated. I'd be more than happy to live a quiet, comfortable life, pursuing my dream, Master. I don't dream of any more than that, I said, and the old man nodded. Very well, my disciple. You have chosen your path. As your master, all I can do is guide you along it. Let us begin the lesson. With a smile, I took out my little textbook, the now familiar scent of burning herbs and boiling elixirs touching my nose. I'll follow my dream and my path, one step at a time. Labby squeaked in my pouch, and I nudged his nose, trying to get him back in as I made my way. For some reason, Labby had been refusing to leave my side for a few days now. He'd climb on my shoulder, or even sit on my head sometimes as I went through my notes. I hadn't been able to tell why he was doing so. Nothing other than luring him with a pill or spirit herb would get him to leave me alone. I ducked my head, keeping my eyes on the ground as a cultivator walked by. I wasn't particularly afraid of the disciples in the outer sect, just simply preferred not to stand out or be remembered by anyone if I could help it. The fewer people knew me, the easier it would be to leave the sect when I had enough money. The thought made me smile, patting my other pouch containing the spirit pills I'd agreed to give to Su Lin in exchange for spirit herbs and a 3/4 share of what he got from the pills. The reason I was even doing so, despite having Labby, was threefold. Firstly, I didn't know anyone to sell my pills to. Trying to explain where I got them would be annoying, and I had a feeling Su Lin wouldn't care for the source so long as he got the pills. The second, even if I knew someone who I could sell to, I'd have no idea how much these pills would cost or how to get a good price for them. I wasn't a merchant or trader or anything, and Lu Jie had no encounters with alchemy pills or their prices, so his memory didn't help. Lastly, I just didn't want to get involved. Perhaps Su Lin would sell these to whatever merchant he knew, or there genuinely was some smuggling going on. Not like I cared enough to stick my foot in there either way. Being an outside source and creating my own pills meant what I was doing wasn't illegal by any means. There was the issue of Su Lin lying about how much the pills sold for, which is why I'd asked the old man how much they'd roughly go for. Though the prices tended to vary, 2 silver and 15 copper was his reply. Quite a bit more than I'd expected out of a single batch. If Su Lin planned to lie, I'd be able to tell. I suspected he wouldn't. Temptation, on the promise of higher-grade pills, would be much more beneficial for him to have a good relationship with me. I spotted Su Lin in the distance, down a side path under the shade of a tree. Following the way, Su Lin turned around and headed away when he noticed me. Stopping for a moment in confusion, I followed behind. The way took me around the corner, behind the sparring chambers into a small bamboo thicket. Wariness started to grip me, wondering if an ambush waited for me. Murder would be far too difficult to hide, and Su Lin didn't seem the type. Still, I kept my guard up. As if sensing my worries, Labby's chi flared. The little rat had grown a decent bit, though I suspected he was still not yet to the first realm. I gently patted his head, and he seemed to calm somewhat. "Do you have it?" Su Lin asked from farther ahead, his two crooked teeth showing as his nose twitched once. Definitely rat-like, though Labby was far more precious. "I do. Do you have the herbs?" I eyed Su Lin. He held a pouch, showing me the herbs. I stopped myself from snickering at how much this interaction felt like I was dealing drugs. Taking out my own pouch and opening the bag, I dropped the chi refilling pills in my hand. Su Lin's eyes widened. Unsurprising, it was difficult to get your hands on pills as an outer disciple. I suspected a lot of them would be willing to pay more than the pill's worth, just for the chance to cultivate better. It would make me money, but exploiting those disciples or getting involved with them was something I wanted to avoid. I held my hand out, handing the pills to Su Lin, and took my little herb bag. "I never knew you had it in you, Tia. I was expecting you to not show up today," Su Lin said, storing the pills. "3/4 of the money goes to me," I said, and the lanky fellow nodded once, snickering. "Cut yourself a hand on the key, perhaps?" "Nah, don't say it. I won't hear where you get these from." "You'll have the money by next week, when we meet," Su Lin said, walking farther into the grove. I sighed, feeling slightly exhausted from the interaction. It was tough being a cultivation drug dealer. "Let's go back, eh, Labby?" I said, and paused. Labby wasn't in my pouch. "Labby?" I called out, panic building up in my chest. I moved out of the grove, trying to sense Labby's chi, when I heard an ear-piercing shriek. I ran to where the noise came from, and, just a bit farther ahead, found Labby, frozen, with a half-eaten pill in his hand. A young girl stood with her fists bare, wearing intricate robes brimming with chi, clearly expensive. "What is that rat doing here?" the girl shrieked, her face red. Lightning crackled around her, rising with her shriek. My heart dropped into my gut. Lu Jie's memory informed me who she was. Yan Yun, the young prodigy of the inner sect, a famous young beauty, and the granddaughter of an elder. "Fuck me, Labby, you'll get us both killed." Chapter 8. Forbidden Love. Qi swirled in Yan Yun's dantian, her lightning arts crackling like a whip of power among her fists. A shudder went through her spine as she relived the sensation of the rat crawling up her leg to grab a pill from her pouch, and the murderous rage began to boil in her. She churned her chi, staring at the little rat and the confused boy. Both were frozen in front of her. "Is it yours?" Yan Yun asked, her voice clipped. There were very few things she hated. Snakes, insects, or such bothered her little. Pests couldn't hurt a cultivator. But rats were the one thing she despised. It stemmed from being bitten once as a young child, and the encounter gave her an unreasonable fear of rats she hadn't yet managed to overcome. The boy gulped once before he nodded. Yan Yun took a breath, modulating her chi as she cut off her thunder tempest arts. The boy hurriedly bowed his head, and the rat chittered, scurrying up the boy's pant leg. "Forgive me, senior sister. I'll keep a closer eye on him next time. It was my mistake." He clutched the little rat protectively. "He ate my pill," Yan Yun said, eliciting a wince from the boy. She would have normally felt pity, but she wasn't feeling charitable. "Whatever, forget about it. Yanyun said, infusing her voice with qi. She clicked her tongue, her mood souring. She looked forward to the little respite she got at the end of every week when she escaped to the outer sect to finally be free of her grandfather's influence. But the heavens seemed set on spiting her today. Her mood further soured when the boy continued to just stand there instead of running off at her dismissal. She was about to say a few scathing remarks when something occurred to Yanyun. "What are you doing all the way out here? Much less with a rat?" Yanyun asked, her eyes briefly glancing at her surroundings. This section of the outer sect was one of her hidden places. A peaceful thicket filled with gentle, calm qi that soothed her nerves from the over-fraught training her grandfather put her through, and the lustful and bickering noble heirs and lords who kept eyeing her with distasteful eyes. Her hiding spot of respite. The little groves, this and a few others, were the only places she could escape to for some peace and quiet. To find others coming into these parts made her feel as if her private space had been invaded. Labby can search for spirit herbs and—" The boy trailed off, leaving the rest of his words unsaid. Yanyun curled her eyebrows as she turned to look at the rat, now hiding in a pouch at the boy's waist. She extended her senses, inspecting the rat. Her eyes widened a bit. Her discipline kicked in, and any hints of surprise were erased. Yet Yanyun still found herself staring at the rat and the minuscule amount of qi sitting inside it. She turned her stare to the boy as laughter began to well in her. A spirit rat, of all things? Yanyun had never heard of such a thing in her life. Spirit animals tended to be serene and pristine, marvels to be coveted, and beacons of strength that thrived under nature's embrace. The rat, by comparison, was tiny, with black fur and a cowardly disposition, not to mention the meager amount of qi it held. Yet she wouldn't make a mockery of the boy or the rat. All under the heavens had their places, even rats, spirit animals or not. "Where did you find that spirit rat?" Yanyun asked, curiosity getting the better of her. "Well, Labby had been eating up stuff in my chamber, and one day I caught him doing that, that's how," the boy replied, scratching his head as he ducked his head awkwardly. Yanyun snorted, amused by his reaction and the curious rodent. She could smell spirit herbs off the boy, their qi mixing almost imperceptibly with his own, as if he bathed in them every day. "What do you even do with all those herbs?" Yanyun asked, her curiosity growing. There seemed to be something strange about this boy. I eat them?" the boy said, almost as if he was unsure of himself. Yanyun almost coughed in surprise. You eat spirit herbs?" Yanyun asked, horrified by his words. She knew that the outer sect disciples got few resources. To hear one of them simply ate the spirit herbs, not even utilizing their qi to cultivate. Yanyun shuddered inside. "They taste pretty good, actually, and there's interesting ways you can cook them," he said, as if urging her to try them out. Yanyun felt a headache mounting, the stupidity of the idea making the world spin. Why would anyone not make pills to further their cultivation and simply eat them as is? It made no sense. She found a smile breaking out, her discipline beginning to slip. "You are one strange boy," Yanyun muttered, eyeing him. He looked to be older than her, around 20 or so if she were to guess. There was little remarkable to be noticed, aside from his cultivation being only at the peak of the third realm. She'd have thought him to be a former cultivator, working as a servant, if not for his outer sect robes. Yet, despite his simple appearance, something about his demeanor was strange. His eyes drifted around as he shuffled the rat that occasionally squeaked from his pouch. A quick glance had him looking back at her,
with a very awkward smile sent her way that made the answer obvious. This man showed almost next to no interest in her. Yen Yun wasn't arrogant enough to believe herself the most beautiful person around, but both her bloodline and her high cultivation meant her youth was captured at its peak. It wasn't something she took pride in. If Yen Yun could trade her beauty for a quiet life, she'd do it in a heartbeat. Her beauty made her the target of many young men's courting attempts, and not all of them had been civil.
It forced her to be better than her peers at all times, to remain a step ahead, as no man wished for their wives to be stronger or smarter than them. It forced her into cultivating, against her wishes, and live through the heavy expectations of her grandfather as he imposed lessons to be more feminine and to stop her rambunctious and tomboyish behavior. Yen Yun hated every moment of it. She had no interest in embroidery or to be married off to some noble by her grandfather. And so cultivation had been her respite, her struggle for freedom, which she desperately clung to. That was why it surprised her to no end to find the boy not eyeing her as all young men did, not turning lustful eyes away as they derobed her in their minds. She'd grown sensitive to such thoughts over the years, and the lack of which baffled her. Another thought hit Yen Yun. What if the boy was not interested in women? Yen Yun took another look at the secluded location she was in. She vaguely remembered sensing another presence nearby, one of the boys and another that had been distinctly male. Pieces began to fall together in Yen Yun's mind. A young boy, uninterested in women, with a quirky spirit rat and the habit of eating spirit herbs. A secluded location, and a tryst between two lovers that weren't meant to be. Yen Yun's chi began to pulse faster, golden lightning crackling in her eyes. Ideas upon ideas spun themselves together, tales of forbidden love spinning in her thoughts, seeing this boy in a completely new light. Had she just found herself interrupting a meeting between two hidden lovers? Yen Yun almost giggled out loud. A secret hobby of hers had been reading the romance between those of the same gender, and a hidden stash of books still remained in her closet to this day that she occasionally read through. Yen Yun coughed lightly when the boy started to slowly inch away from her. She'd gotten too excited, and her chi had flared up.
"What's your name?" she asked, struggling to hold back her squeal of delight. The boy hesitated. "Lu Jie," the boy said, and his rat squeaked as if in agreement. Yen Yun felt the name was a bit bland, but not everything could be as per the books she'd read. "Lu Jie, I would normally ask you to not visit this place again, or to ever speak of it with anyone, as it's my private place for respite." Lu Jie nodded, gulping once. "But I have changed my mind. You can visit this little area, so long as you don't share its existence with anyone else outside of the other person who knows." She watched horror descend on the boy's face, and Yen Yun hurriedly reassured him. "Don't worry. I, Yen Yun, with the heavens as my witness, swear to treat your secret as if it were my own," Yen Yun exclaimed. Her chi flexed, and the oath was formed. She gave the boy what she thought to be a reassuring smile as she pushed down another delightful giggle threatening to burst out. Lu Jie, huh? She'd have to keep an eye on him. I stared at the crazy girl as she flashed me a smile, her eyes still glowing with what looked like electric sparks. I was torn between asking her to use her abilities to test if it followed normal electricity and just dashing the hell away from her. She'd talked about keeping my secret and even swore an oath to the heavens. Lu Jie's memory informed me that even a weak oath like that would set her back a month in her cultivation. Not something to be taken lightly. That baffled me all the more. Hadn't she just caught me red-handed? Hadn't Labby just stolen her alchemical pill? Why was she being so nice? Or, more accurately, crazy. I couldn't think of a single reason she'd not just tell this to her grandfather and get me kicked or crippled or whatever punishment the sect had in place. "You can go now," the girl said, waving her hand away. "Thank you, senior sister," I bowed, trying to sound as grateful as I could. It wasn't even a lie.
I was very grateful to her for not ratting me out, but also extremely suspicious and creeped out. She'd just barged in and mostly just glared at me before her demeanor flipped around all of a sudden as she'd started smiling to herself. Whatever. Don't fuck with the crazies, as they say, especially if they have a high and mighty cultivation grandfather. The girl was trouble, and I wanted as little to do with her as I could. I hurried away, cursing Sulin for his quick escape, and Labby for pretty much being a drug-addicted lab rat. Labby squeaked, sinking into my pouch as he felt my emotions from my chi. I sighed, giving in as I bestowed some pets. I'd been too naive with Labby. Training was in order to teach him not to run off like that. Not only can it get me in trouble, but it may also just get him killed. I should be glad the girl didn't just straight up murder me. She was strong. That lightning chi made my arm hairs rise from its intensity. I shook my head, shelving the thoughts for another day. I was too tired. I set the pouch down, letting Labby out into my room. "It's all right, Labby. I just realized I need to pay more attention to you." Labby squeaked in reply before he ran off to some corner to do whatever he wanted to. A heavy sigh escaped me. Then I remembered the original purpose I'd went to all that trouble for. I dug out the spirit herbs from the pouch Sulin had given me. Chi spilled forth alongside the pleasant smell of the various assortment of spirit herbs, and a smile began to cover my face, my exhaustion already fading. A lot of fun experimentation awaited me, and I had no intention of letting any of these go to waste. Chapter 9. Experiments. A sheet-eating grin covered my face, standing in my messy room that had more area covered by random junk and notes than the floor itself. The porcelain bowl was filled with spirit grass in boiling water. The goal was to boil the essence from the spirit grass and examine its properties. I'd have preferred a test tube, but something like that would have to be specifically made by a glass worker, and I had nowhere near enough money for that. Glass was quite rare and a sign of wealth. Something to think about once I'd managed enough to set up my own lab and alchemy shop. I left the boiling porcelain bowl, moving aside to inspect the various spirit herbs I'd gotten. So far, I'd managed to make two broad distinctions in the types of herbs that Sulin provided. The first was the standard chi type of herb, a general plant with chi inside. The second, and more interesting, were the plants with special attunements and properties, like the prismatic lotus or the 7 poison spirit leaves, and lightning ginseng that sparked every time I put chi through it. These plants displayed a trove of possibilities, and I wanted to test what was different in normal chi compared to attuned chi. Different though they may be, both spirit herb types shared a common factor of containing some form of chi. The difference between these and the regular plants I fed chi to was that these plants could absorb the chi from their surroundings, almost as a normal plant would absorb water and carbon dioxide. These absorbed chi. I was hoping to keep some and create a chamber completely devoid of chi and see if the herbs would survive in there or lose their magical properties. The thought that the plants were cultivating came to mind, yet I shot down the idea. From what I could tell from Lu Jie's memory, cultivation required the conscious channeling of chi. What the plants were doing was akin to something more along the lines of simply breathing and soaking in the qi instead of any guided cultivation. That did leave a wondering if some plants could cultivate, though. Did they even have a dantian? Animals could cultivate. Labby was a perfectly good example. The little rat didn't exactly know the concept of cultivating, but I'd found him channeling his qi on his own sometimes. Perhaps it was instinctual to animals in how they were supposed to cultivate. I hummed, turning to stare at the little pots with mostly regular and a couple of spirit plants sitting around. Another interesting thing I'd noticed was how difficult spirit plants were to grow. It made sense the sect had to create an area dedicated to them. Spirit grass I could grow anywhere, but something like the prism lotus or lightning ginseng was far too difficult. That's why I was testing with the spirit grass, to see if I could find something that could help me grow spirit herbs of my own. It'd solve most of my problems if I could source my own spirit herbs. Not only that, but set up a method of hastening their growth. I'd had a few opportunities to try, and I was starting to have a gnawing suspicion that my qi could increase the speed at which these herbs grew. The difference was minuscule, as after 2 weeks of supplying qi to one plant and not to the other, I'd found the one fed with qi to be a bit healthier and taller. This was no real indication that it happened due to my qi and not just genetics, so a group-based test with random assortments of plants will need to be done to verify it. If only I had a garden or something, and a lot more qi. This was the most tempted I'd ever been to try out cultivation. I'd even sat down one day just to see how it worked, and found my whole body itching as I shook my knees and wrists, unable to sit in place. Quite unsurprising, I'd never been able to just sit down and do nothing in my life. I had to be doing something. Tap my fingers, hum a tune, just something. Squeak! Labby ran into the room and rushed up my leg. Whoa, 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 calm down, little buddy, I said, as Labby clung fiercely to my body. I looked in the direction he'd come from to see what exactly had scared him so much. A ginger cat stalked closer, staring with wide eyes at me, not expecting to see something 5 times its size around. Ah, a cat. That makes sense, I suppose. I'd expect a spirit animal to be fine, though, I said, scratching Labby's head. He squeaked, his voice still nervous. I waved the cat away from my chamber, receiving a hateful glare from the animal. I can't let you eat my assistant and spirit herb detector just like that, I said to the cat, as it turned its butt toward me, sauntering away. You really need to stop getting into so much trouble, Labby, I said, as Labby calmed down a bit. I extended my palm, and Labby climbed on my arm and sat there. I smiled. The week after the encounter with the strange cultivator girl, I'd decided to train Labby a bit. He was smarter than even dogs and cats, I suspected, so there was no reason not to train him. Sit, I said, and Labby sat on his back legs, raising his front ones up. Roll. Labby lay down on my arm and rolled once. I pet his head, and the little rat squeaked once, adorably. I dug into my sleeves and pulled out a pill to give it to him. Good boy, I praised, as the rat dug into his treat. Maybe also bring me that spirit grass from there? His ears swiveled, and he jumped off in a single leap. Labby ran across the room, going up to my counter, grabbed a few grass leaves, and ran back to me. I smiled, shaking my head. What he'd brought was normal grass leaves. I'd kept it in the place I usually kept my spirit grass. I guess you're not that smart yet. Still pretty damn smart, though. Labby stared at me for a moment before his attention was brought back to the pill in his hand, and the gluttonous rat began to chow down. Labby's actions were quite amusing. Aside from being extremely smart, the other little giveaways were how fluffy his fur was. Like you'd imagine a rat to be filthy and whatnot, but Labby looked like he went to a spa on a daily basis. I did still clean him once a week with some water and a brush, but there was definitely something unnatural about his fur. The second thing was how he didn't need to eat any food, which was somewhat similar to me. Just a few days ago, when stuck in my notes, it occurred to me I'd forgotten to eat or drink anything for 2 days straight. It was only when someone came to check in, thinking I'd died, that I'd realized how much time passed by. Perks of having a cultivator's body, I suppose, but I enjoyed eating things too much to give it up. The rattling of the porcelain cup alerted me that my spirit herb solution was prepared and ready to be messed around with. Removing the single spirit stone fueling the chi-based burner stove I'd created, it struck me that I grabbed the plate straight away. Guess I was fairly resistant to heat as a cultivator. I took out the fibrous strands of lifeless grass, leaving a sloshing, greenish water in the plate. Pouring some of the essence water in another dish, I put most of it in a porcelain bowl and closed the lid. Time to see just what makes you work. I sat down on the floor and began to channel my chi into the spirit essence water. The first and most obvious difference was the chi present in the water pushing against my own. I couldn't forcefully saturate it like normal water, as the essence of the spirit herb pushed back any attempts. Instead, I began to circulate my chi. For once, it was easier to do so, as I didn't have to forcefully calm my excitement. Something shifted in the essence of the chi present in the essence water. I tried to pay close attention as the still plate of water slowly but surely began to swirl. My excitement shot up, and I began to circulate my chi even faster. Something stirred in my mind. I followed my gut, closing my eyes to focus, and changed my chi circulation, splitting it in 2 parts. 2 circles swirled in 2 loops, one into the other, like a never-ending cycle. There was a strong shift in the chi around me, as if a vortex had been opened. The chi in the air began to be sucked into my body. I opened my eyes. The water swirled in a smooth manner, untouched by any force outside the circulation of my chi, as the essence of the water began to flow into me, helping me absorb even more chi than before. The results shocked me, breaking me out of my circulation method. I let the chi settle for a moment to inspect the water. I'd just made the water in this plate swirl without touching it, purely using my chi. There were far, far too many possible answers for this, but I put them away, rushing to my notes and jotted down my observations. Not only had the water swirled when I used the different method, but the essence in the water had seamlessly merged into my own chi the moment I'd begun to cultivate. Something about the essence helped me speed up my chi circulation. I scribbled more notes, grinning as I went back to the chi to try and induce another reaction. I swirled the chi near my hand, keeping my finger close to the dish, projecting it outward to rotate the essence water. A few seconds passed by, and I frowned, focusing harder and harder, but the water showed no reaction. Something was missing. Something about the method of cultivation itself? What, though? I might need to get a look at the library to find more information about the cultivation techniques we were taught. I knew them by instinct from Lu Jie's memory, but lacked the needed understanding to break down how it worked. My eyes turned toward the plate as gentle swirls swayed the essence water. I looked to the side, where Labby was circulating his chi in a manner extremely similar to my own. "You sneaky little rat, you," I said in a quiet whisper to not disturb Labby. I'd leave him for his cultivation trip. Perhaps he can surpass me and become some kind of cultivation god beast, and I could work freely living off his wealth. I snickered, laughing at the prospect as I poured some essence water on different plate. There was another experiment I had in mind. If my hypothesis was true, then there should be a fire starting within that chi-infused water. I didn't know if that was any worse than normal fire or not, so I was going to stay further away. Taking a moment, I set the essence water on the ground and stepped away. I channeled my chi, and then, similar to the way I started a fire, I set the water on fire. A blazing white inferno erupted from the plate, and porcelain shards shot off. I leapt back as a tongue of fire threatened to lick me, but it faded out, the water evaporating instantly in the explosion. I stared at the charred remains of my plate and the dark black marks on the ground as my heart pounded. The panic faded into laughter bubbling inside me, pouring forth in a mixture of relief and amusement. Exploding water. That's the shit. Ha! I laughed a few moments longer. Labby squeaked in anger, having woken up from his trance. "Broke your cultivation, eh, buddy?" I said, petting Labby as an apology. But my mirth wasn't lost. I shook my head in silent admonishment and reminded myself to be careful, as I enjoyed the best part any chemistry lab experiment in any world had to offer: the explosions. I love my life here. Chapter 10. Labby. Chi swirled within a small core. It thrummed, pulsed, and stretched. She was at the cusp of becoming something larger than before, even though she didn't know any such concepts. Guided purely by instinct to seek out the light buried within her being. Once more the chi swirled, 2 circles turning into 1. There was a brief shudder, a moment of resistance before the barriers broke and the chi of the world rushed into her body, forming the very first circle in her dantian. She'd just broken through to the first realm. Awareness came flooding in all at once. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Her being expanded as she grew to be more than she'd ever been. Her nose twitched from the smell of herbs, and she let her mind drift on the torrents of chi pouring within her. The chi asked her for a name. Labby. The answer emerged all of a sudden, effortlessly. Labby? The chi asked. She didn't know, except Labby definitely wasn't right. Though the chi liked it, that wasn't right. Yet Labby was wrong as well. Something in the chi told her the word was unfamiliar. Not from here. Labby protested in her mind. The great master had named her, and so she shall be called. She accepted the name, swirling her chi angrily. That was who she was. Labby, not Labby. The words may not be from here, but they were of her great masters, and that was how she'd be known. The chi resisted, shuddering before it broke, and the torrents began to flow. The chi accepted her will as its own, finalizing her breakthrough, and a purpose and identity were formed. The chi took a sigh of relief as its name was revealed, and it began to fill her dantian. Labby, she happily said in her mind. It felt right now. It felt like her. The chi disliked the name, but Labby was starting to like it. The great name her great master bestowed upon her must have some special meaning, one so grand even the chi didn't know about it. Labby squeaked, content and happy. Her eyes shifted over the sacred workshop, the place where her great master worked his miracles, producing delicious pills that he gave to her in his boundless generosity. Perhaps she could help him with the task now? The thought pleased Labby. Yes, he'd called her an assistant, so she'd try and help her great master out. But where to start? Labby sniffed the air, her gaze traveling to the divine texts. Her great master always seemed to write in them. She hadn't realized it before, but now that she could think clearly, she knew he must have imparted his words of wisdom onto those pages. They may allow her to learn the sacred art of her great master. She could even make her own delicious pills. Labby squeaked at the thought, her tail moving happily behind her.
She jumped off the table, running to where her great master sat deep in thought. Labby slowly climbed up to his tall shoulder, perching there, and looked down at the words of wisdom he wrote. It was then Labby realized something very important. She couldn't read. The words the great master wrote curved and twisted, flowing into one another. They were not the sharp strokes of the brush she'd expected them to be, but akin more to the scribbles of a kid. What kind of strange language did her great master use? Labby pondered that, before the obvious came upon her. It must be a language he'd created. Her master was great, so there was no reason he couldn't create a language of his own. Labby would do her best to learn it as well. Labby squeaked out to her master, trying to make her wishes known. The great master turned to her, breaking out of his trance. A gentle smile covered his face as his hand rubbed her head, and Labby leaned in, feeling content. But soon he returned to his notes, forgetting about her. Labby waited a moment, but he wasn't paying attention to her. She tried to speak to her master, yet all that came out were quiet squeaks. She didn't have the ability to speak like he did. The thought filled her with frustration. She wished to talk to her great master, to learn his great teachings and make pills of her own. If she couldn't speak, then how would she do that? Labby couldn't come up with an answer. Overcome with irritation, she was about to go bite the evil orange cat when a scent came upon her nose. Labby sniffed, the chi making her nose tingle. This was familiar to the storm and lightning woman her great master had rescued her from. Entranced by the scent, Labby skittered to the floor and jumped up to the table. She used her paws to try and open a drawer, but the hefty wooden structure groaned, refusing to move. She used her chi, flexing them, and the drawer opened, letting out a thick plume of chi and the scent of herbs. Labby squeezed herself in and sat next to an herb filled with lightning chi. Ideas upon ideas filled Labby's mind as she tried to resist the desire to eat them all. She was almost successful in doing that. Almost. A lunch of spirit grass leaves later, Labby was back on track. Determination filled her heart as the thought of eating a delicious pill filled her mind. It was time for Labby to follow in her great master's footsteps. I'd come to a conclusion. Chi-gathering pills and chi-refilling pills were one and the same. The old man has just used an uncommon name for the pill. I was a bit ashamed it had taken me this long to realize, despite the recipe being almost identical for both. Way to confuse me, old man. I sighed, taking my brush, and began to write down the new results from my last batch. So far, I'd succeeded in making 3 pills quite consistently. Chi Gathering Pill. Cost of production, 1 silver, 7 copper. Cost of sale, 5 silver. Effectiveness increase, 9% to 11%, roughly. Cost reduction, 3.2%. I'd been a bit stumped at first on how to get any kind of measurements when I found a simple solution for the basis of the numbers. I used spirit stones and the chi amount present in one as a baseline and measured the amount of time a pill took, alongside the amount of chi produced, to check the effectiveness baseline for the original recipe. The rest was just a matter of simple comparison and maths for the time and chi amount involved for a unified effectiveness measure. Chi gathering was most of what I gave to Su Lin now. These were the pills I'd spent the most time refining and improving. My 47 silver coins were a result of these as well. About twice as much money Lu Jie had saved up in months of work. A smile covered my face, continuing on to the next entries. Body Purification Pill. Cost of production, 2 silver. Cost of sale, 7 silver, 9 copper. Effectiveness increase, 2% to 3%, roughly. Cost reduction, 0%.
The only thing this second pill seemed to accomplish was cover me in sweat and dark gunk, which I'd promptly collected and stored somewhere to test, and made my chi flare up and my heartbeat rise. I wasn't sure if I'd made a mistake or if that's just what the pill was supposed to do, but I couldn't tell how useful it was. Testing this one had been challenging, and I'd opted to settle for the amount of chi generated. I'd need to find better test parameters, but for now, I'd just have to make do with what I had. The next pill really held my interest. The Chi Tempering Pill. It could hasten someone's cultivation and help them rise higher. There was a desire building within me to snag the pill and use it to finally break through into the fourth realm and form my second circle. But the thoughts mostly stemmed from Lu Jie's memory, and I shook them off. I was far more interested in the process of how this pill worked than in cultivating to get stronger. Though, so far, I hadn't been able to make one, leaving the entry empty. The last pill was Qi Reinforcement, the one the old man gave me that had healed my wounds and dantian. It had taken me over a week before I'd finally pieced together that channeling qi into the cauldron and letting it slowly dissolve into the herbs was the subtly infuse your qi around the herb thing the book mentioned. These people really needed more clear-cut definitions in their books. I wrote down my progress. Qi Reinforcement Pill. Cost of production, 6 silver. Cost of sale, unknown. Effectiveness increase, none. Cost reduction, none. I closed my note and put it carefully to the side. Organization became a must-have after my initial explosion into the magic of this world. If I didn't organize my notes, any clue or information I may get could be lost and never found again. It should have been my first step. Being used to computers had left me with sloppy habits. I'd managed to create a stack of notes for each kind of pill, a transactional log in which detailed the money earned from each. And I'd also calculated how much money I'd need to get a shop of my own. It was 20 gold pieces, minimum. I'd earned roughly 50 silver in the last 2 weeks, and a gold piece was 100 silver. That'd take me at least 80 weeks to have my lab if I earned this much for the entire year. Earning more in the coming weeks was possible as I learned more. Still, that was roughly an entire year of work just to start a new life. Maybe more. I let out a tired sigh. Being disheartened would do nothing. All I had to do was steadily keep at it and keep improving. I'd gotten used to living in the sect and treating alchemy as a part-time job. As long as there were no hindrances, I'd be free to leave in just a few more months. I got up and turned around to arrange more tests when I noticed something. A threat stood facing me on the floor, its black body shining in the dim sunlight. A bug. Assessing the danger it posed to me, I put it at a yellow alert at best. I snorted, amused by the random thoughts, when the bug revealed its true weapons. It had wings. One to go down in the ages. My chi churned, my heart raced, my palms sweated. I was a warrior, a soldier, a man. I was ready to fight. One to go down in the ages. My chi churned, infusing the sandal with it, and in a fell swoop, I launched the deadly projectile, crushing the bug underneath it. "I'm sorry, bug," I whispered, "but you were bugging me." My resolve broke, both groaning and laughing at my terrible pun. I was both deeply ashamed and highly proud of myself. I need to keep the herbs covered, though. They let out far too much qi, and the bugs here love that stuff. Another detail to explore. A slightly ajar drawer caught my attention. Curious, I walked closer when I heard something shake inside. Pulling the drawer open to see what could be inside,
A dark figure jumped onto my face. I panicked and fell on my butt. I grabbed the creature and heard a squeaking sound. A moment later, electricity coursed through my body as a sharp jolt hit me, the sensation like being pricked by a thorn. "What the? Labby!" Lighting chi coursed through my arm. Labby froze, and lightning crackled all around him, his fur rising up like a spiked ball of fluff. "Did you just thunderbolt me?" Labby squeaked in protest, his ears drooping. I stared in horror and surprise at my little rat before I began to cackle madly. Labby had used drugs to evolve into an electric type.
Chapter 11. Animal. It took a few minutes to stop laughing, every attempt being thwarted by the confused look Labby gave me as his fur sparkled and crackled on its own. A few moments later, I'd managed to kill things down to just a quiet snicker and began to inspect my troublesome rat. "Come here, Labby," I said, extending my hand. Labby jumped onto my hand, a soft tingle from the electric chi still coursing through his body. Before doing any poking and prodding, I had to make sure of something. I made my gaze be a bit stern. "You know you did something bad, right?" Labby's ear drooped, making me feel like a heartless monster. But I couldn't let him gain the habit of sneaking into my closets and eating random herbs. There was no doubt I was most certainly moving on from making weak, harmless pills to more potent stuff I couldn't test on myself anymore. And Labby eating any of those could be catastrophic. "You're not allowed to eat the spirit herbs without asking me, okay? Be glad the only thing this one did was give you an electric charge." Labby squeaked in reply, projecting agreement. I paused at the feeling. Labby hadn't ever sent more than vague emotions before, had he? Extending my senses toward Labby, I tried to have a look into his dantian. The blur of chi that prevented me from seeing inside was extremely thin for Labby, and I easily managed to pierce through it. The higher the realm of the cultivator, the more difficulties I'd have seeing through. I sensed the lightning chi flooding through Labby's body. I'd expected the charge to dissipate over time and wash away, but this surprised me. Labby hadn't just eaten the lightning herb. He'd also started cultivating it. A meridian was opened in his body where the lightning chi was accumulating. If Labby succeeded, he'd be able to learn a lightning elemental art. My senses shifted from the lightning meridians still forming to Labby's dantian. The vague blur of chi was more defined into a singular circle of chi swirling inside it, just like my own. Labby had broken through to the first realm. My eyes widened in surprise. I hadn't heard of rats breaking through to any realm before. He was a spirit animal, but I'd still only expected him to be a quirky rat with chi. "You're one curious little rat, aren't you?" I said to Labby, who was busy grooming his spiky fur and pushing it down. An idea formed from a common technique many cultivators with spirit animals used. I swirled my chi, sending a link to Labby as I packed my thoughts into it. "Can you understand me?" Extreme joy flooded the link, and Labby squealed loudly, a confirmation to my thoughts. The chi was distorted, but I could hear him trying to form words. This was amazing. Had he been trying all this time? A lot of thoughts assaulted me all at once. I'd need to look into spirit beasts and how to take care of them. Also, find details on what exactly Labby was. There had to be something on spirit rats out there. I also couldn't treat Labby like a pet anymore, could I? He was more a small child than a pet, and treating him like one now would make me sick. Shaking my head, I did away with the thoughts. "It doesn't matter, does it, Labby? You're my assistant, junior brother? Something like that. Following me on my journey to understand how this world functions. A companion on the same path. What do you say?" I felt a bit silly for trying to talk seriously to a rat. The silliness instantly faded when a complex torrent of thoughts came from Labby. Respect, awe, wonder, and the strongest of them all being agreement. I smiled, even as the burden of a spirit animal began to dawn on me. Well, I'm sure I'll do just fine. As long as it's just Labby, I should be able to handle it. A frown marred my lips. I'd just jinxed myself, hadn't I? Labby squeaked happily at the prospect of gaining more friends, and I shook my head, unable to even be worried. Well, 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 my new junior brother. I'll have to officially register you now, won't I? Labby squeaked in reply with one of his paws raised above his head. Labby used cuteness attack. My heart was destroyed. Petting Labby's fuzzy head, unbothered by the minuscule amounts of sparks that touched my skin, an idea began to form. A notion on the various ways to use the electricity Labby now possessed. I could perhaps see if lightning chi mimicked electricity. Or how the hell did Labby not just spark himself from the lightning? Perhaps I could even do some electrochemistry? I grinned as the ideas began to overflow, petting Labby's fuzzy little head even harder, snickering as I imagined Labby protesting at being used as a power source. Labby, as if in response, crackled with sparks all over. I broke out into laughter. I'd just acquired a rattery. A deep breath in, a deep breath out. Lightning chi crackled in her core, her dantian brimming with power as she channeled her chi through her meridians. Her art thrummed in her mind, ready to be used at any moment. Yan Yun let a calm breath out. Calm was needed to tame thunder and prevent it from lashing out at random. It was something all lightning and fire cultivators struggled with. The nature of their chi making them more prone to impulsive and strong behaviors. "Come in, Zuri," Yan Yun said, opening her eyes and settling her chi. A shadow flickered in her vision. Zuri's arts faded, her form turning visible. "I didn't wish to disturb you, young mistress," her handmaiden said. "Just a brief meditation, Zuri. I wouldn't be cultivating in my chambers if it was any sort of prolonged cultivation," Yan Yun replied, eyeing Zuri. "Did you find anything?" "I did, young mistress. Extremely easily so." The sect archives had most of the details, and the boy is starkly unremarkable in most ways. Zuri dug in her robes, pulling out a scroll. Yan Yun took the scroll, quickly reading through the pages. There wasn't much remarkable to be found about Lu Jie. There was one curious thing. The boy has stopped sparring and hasn't been seen in any of the cultivation halls for a couple of weeks. I dug in a bit and found he had apprenticed himself to Lao Zhang, the old alchemist of the outer sect who takes care of injured disciples. Yan Yun curled her eyebrows in surprise. Alchemy? That does explain how drenched in spirit herb chi he felt. What a curious boy. He's apprenticed himself to an old alchemist in the outer sect? Has he not joined any of the sect's alchemy halls or any other alchemy halls? No, young mistress, not as far as I could tell. The boy had been defeated in a spar and suddenly decided to take up alchemy. Perhaps he hopes to pursue a different path in life? Something about that didn't feel right to Yan Yun. Perhaps. Do you also know anything about his... Yan Yun's cheeks flushed a bit. You know I can't say it, she added in a quiet voice. She could feel the laughter Zuri stifled in her chest. Yan Yun coughed to hide her embarrassment, and Zuri made no comment on it. She was the only one who knew about her hobbies. The boy seems to visit the grove every week, Zuri replied. Yan Yun's chi thrummed as mirth filled her chest. She'd been worried the encounter would scare them away. Do you also wish for me to look into the other boy? Zuri asked. No, leave them be.
That'd break my oath I'd given to them, Yen Yun said. She regretted her impulsive oath a bit, though the consequences would be light enough she could get away with breaking it. She wouldn't, of course. It would ruin the extremely delightful discoveries she'd made. Perhaps I could sneak in there while they meet. No, that'd be too shameful. But no, I can't.
Zuri quietly walked away, leaving Yen Yun to her struggle. Her handmaiden didn't share her interests, but that was all right. Yen Yun would be glad to keep her joy all to herself. Quiet laughter filled the courtyard of the inner sect, accompanied by the occasional crackle of lightning as a young mistress opened a closet filled with books she hadn't opened in a long time. I shuddered against a chill that ran up my spine.
Strange. It isn't even cold,
I muttered as I rubbed my arms, letting the chill fade. My mind returned to the pile of coins in my pouch, beginning to list everything that I needed. Labby squeaked, excited about the idea of going outside, and I shared the sentiment. It was time to do some shopping. Chapter 12. Sect Halls. There were a few things that needed to be done before I could head outside the sect. The very first was officially registering Labby as my spirit companion, now that he'd broken through to the first realm. I'd had to run rounds to find out what the procedures were because Lu Jie had never even considered acquiring anything but a pristine spirit beast. Having not nearly enough luck or qi needed to get one, he'd never bothered learning more about the details. Thankfully, all that was required was to go to one of the administrative halls and mark him as my spirit. I also planned to ask where I could find more information on spirit rats, or if Labby was an oddity. First on my list was a smaller cauldron. The one the old man gave me was nice, just far too large. It wasn't meant to test and analyze small amounts. It was for creating batches of pills and elixirs. The second was spirit stones. I'd read of heating arrays and how some cauldrons made use of those to finely distribute heat across their bodies. It also allowed the alchemist to control and fine-tune the heat permeating. As can be expected, it was probably going to be expensive. Just how expensive? No idea. But I intended to take a look and buy one if I could. The other things I intended to look at was a thermometer, or the equivalent of one, other alchemy tools, and, most importantly, some copper wires. If I wanted to explore Labby's lightning chi and see how I could use my handy rattery, then I'd need some wires to form circuits. The good thing was that Labby was quite weak, and just channeling chi around my skin made me fairly resistant to not just heat, but also lightning. I had some theories on how that worked, ranging from an interference in the transfer of energy to simply forming an additional layer for the electricity to pass through, and the resistivity of the qi itself being fairly high in its default state, which was what I possessed. At least, as far as I knew. I pocketed the little sheet of parchment in one of my chest sleeves as I cleaned up my table. My progress on tidying up my room and making a centralized note-making system was not good. But there had been progress, and progress made me happy. "Ready to go, Labby?" Labby squeaked and jumped in the pouch at my waist on his own. I had one last look at my room before I walked out, and was officially off to register Labby as my spirit animal. Squeak! The Cloudy Peaks sect was massive. I'd thought this before, but the idea was reinforced all the more strongly making my way uphill on the lesser peak where the main sect halls were. The sect's administration and main halls were present on small, wide hills, with living chambers and sparring quarters spread across the hills that eventually merged into the forests that surrounded the city. Walking down the dirt path, I was grateful to be in the third realm and quite close to the peak of the sect.
The homes the outer disciples got were simple things, usually containing a few rooms and a chamber to cultivate in. Even those were separated by realm, with third realm disciples being the closest to the peak, and second realm disciples just below them, and first realm disciples below them. It wasn't all about the realm either, as you had to work for the sect and been successfully allowed to move to the upper areas. Lu Jie barely managed to qualify for the third realm. Breaking into the fourth realm and forming the second circle in his dantian was a challenge that he, like many others, wasn't able to surmount. The similarities the sect had to a modern college also amused me, and in some ways, it functioned as one. As long as you ignored the fact that you could be called to serve in the sect's army at any given time as a disciple, and were basically the equivalent of unpaid workers.
Lu Jie would count as a student repeating their third year for the fourth time, unable to graduate, yet unwilling to give up. It let me understand his frustrations a lot more, as being a true cultivator was only possible after you formed a core and entered the fourth realm. Reaching the peak of the third realm, yet being unable to take that last step, I could understand Lu Jie's desperation somewhat, even though I didn't share his desires for reaching the heavens. Labby crackled with lightning, and I gently rubbed his head, handing him a few leaves of spirit grass to nibble on. I was indulging him, but the way he held the grass in his paws as he took bites was just far too cute for me to meaningly resist. What a scary rat, breaking the will of a cultivator 2 realms above itself. Shudder. Squeak! Another spark of lightning chi emanated from Labby, this time accompanied by agreement and pride. I laughed at the smug little rat nibbling away at his stalk of spirit grass. I was starting to get better at understanding Labby, but without any actual arts to form a link with him, we still weren't able to communicate properly. Curiosity about just how these arts worked rooted in my mind. Having so much to explore, yet nowhere near enough time to do it, was a bit daunting, but I wouldn't let that stop me. Can't give up when I've just barely started, after all. The scenery started to change, with taller buildings beginning to appear. There were extremely few regular people in the sect, and around these areas, all I saw were other cultivators. Many seniors, juniors, and even some elders moved about the pathways. Mostly other outer sect disciples. A plethora of chi and arts assailed my senses, as the world itself seemed to turn more vibrant with the many kinds of spreading chi. It wasn't any surprise to me that cultivators would fill the main halls, but memories from Lu Jie's childhood still left some sense of shock and awe. Multivators were rare and heralded all the more. Outside in the bigger cities, even just a first-realm cultivator would be a boon to a village like his. Lu Jie was, by all means, a gift for the people of his village. Lu Jie had scoffed at that upon his arrival in the sect. The reality of having chi and being better than his peers was thoroughly shattered when he'd truly seen how widespread the world was and what true geniuses looked like. Perhaps it was unfair of me, as Lu Jie's desperation and drive had only led to his untimely death, but I thought it a good thing he'd come out to the sect. Being a small fish in an even smaller pond would never allow anyone to expand their horizons. The thing I despised wasn't seeing how vast the world was, but his desperation at his lack of talent. A talent which determined the fate of so many. I despised the notion that everyone couldn't gain a better life through effort. Even being a cultivator was a big gamble only a select few got. How cultivators often had children with chi and other people had to rely on the heavens for their blessings. Though I couldn't deny talent. Lu Jie's memories wouldn't let me. I despised it nonetheless, and refused to believe cultivation couldn't be made more accessible to people. There had to be some rules it ran on. Like any other force of nature, it must follow a path. Why did cultivators need to form a core? Why were there 12 realms of cultivation? Why did we form circles in our dantians? The path to immortality seemed to be laid out, with each step all the way to the end neatly separated in realms of strength, each with their own nature and purpose to serve in the quest. Why then was it so dependent on talent? There had to be something that was missing. My curiosity began to build. I felt a strange anger, unsure if the emotions were completely mine or originating from Lu Jie's memories. The deep-seated frustration echoed and drove me. An idea began to bud, a collection of laws to guide people and a means to break down the Tao itself. My chi shifted. Something about this felt right. A path of guidance, to take not just myself, but others with me in the journey to break down the science behind the Tao, to find the laws of cultivation. Lightning chi sparked from my pouch, and I snapped out of my daze. I'd been standing silently in front of the sect halls and felt slightly embarrassed about it. I blamed the overly potent chi present in the air. Too easy to get lost in thoughts with so much of it around. "Thanks, Labby. Let's go," I whispered. The cultivators could probably hear me no matter how quiet I spoke, but such was life among superhumans. Eavesdropping was just another fact of life. I entered the main hall. The sect halls were wide, tall buildings made of wood. The Eastern architecture was obvious, and yet there were subtle differences present. I wasn't an architect, though, and neither did I hold much interest outside of how these buildings were built. Gathering back my distracting thoughts, I searched the halls for where I was supposed to go. I followed the paths for a while before I eventually found the correct chamber. I stopped at the door, wondering if knocking was what I was supposed to do. Lu Jie's memories weren't much help, as he had no clue about what was to be expected. I didn't get to make the choice in the end, as with a flare of chi, the door slid open to a chamber stacked full of books. My eyes drifted to a man sitting at a desk, his face hidden behind stacks of books and paper all around him. "Greetings, Elder. I need to register my spirit companion," I said, bowing, when a chill traveled up my spine. Labby crackled with lightning, as he too felt the sensation. A heavy presence filled the chamber, as an untold number of eyes looked at us. My body became rigid under the gaze, unable to move. Cold and gentle chi drifted over as a laugh, like the sound of ringing bells carried through a winter forest, the moon silently watching over me. "That's enough play, Xianxia," the man spoke as the pressure vanished. "Show me your spirit," he added, and I nodded, gulping as I tried to recover from the strange gaze I'd been under. I tapped my pocket, gently rubbing Labby to calm him down, and then pulled him out. Labby squeaked, climbing onto my hand. A frown set across the man's brow when he saw Labby, eyes darting between me and my rat assistant a few times. "What is that?" "I have little patience for games, disciple. Tell me, why have you brought me a pest?" the man asked, annoyance filling his voice. I was about to explain when Labby stomped his feet, his annoyance leaking out in the form of crackling lightning that spread toward the elder. My heart about stopped. "Damn it, Labby, not again." Chapter 13. A Silver Pill. Lightning crackled and flashed, and my breath caught in my chest. I stared blankly as the electric current rushed toward the elder, before it quickly vanished with a single chi pulse. "Unruly spirit, you should teach it some manners," the elder said. I broke out of my trance and pulled Labby back as I bowed my head in apology. "No, it is all right. Your spirit seems to be a bit special," the man spoke, and I heard a chime-like giggle sound once again. Chi pulsed through the air around me, but if the elder was talking to his spirit, or just staring at me blankly, I couldn't tell. I raised my head, nervously clutching Labby, who continued to sparkle and crackle with lightning. I needed to revisit some more discipline, but talking to Labby was extremely difficult,
and I could only vaguely understand what he usually wanted to say. My eyes shifted to a book flying across the room straight into the elder's hands, flipping itself open. A spirit rat, common pest in the Central Plains, known to smell out and eat spirit herbs and is notoriously difficult to distinguish from regular rats due to its meager chi. Next to useless as a spirit and a major annoyance for spirit herb farmers, the elder said, then shut the book with a clapping sound. "Why would you pick a spirit rat?" he asked. I rubbed Labby's head, preparing my excuse. "Labby is useful in finding spirit herbs and can sneak around without being detected." "Very well, it is not my position to pry." "Labby, you say? The spirit will be registered with you," the elder said. I was about to bow my head and run the fuck away from here when another chime rang. "Hold on," the elder said. My eyes shifted to behind the cultivator in front of me, as an ethereal woman appeared, floating with mist covering her features, her face a mask of pure white, with a single red lotus at its center. A beautiful robe flew around her, moving to an unseen wind. My nervousness rose at the bullshit cultivator magic things happening all around me. I inadvertently took a step back when the spirit moved closer to Labby, a hand gently touching his head. A single silver pill dropped onto his tiny pink paws before the spirit laughed in its melodious voice and vanished. "Strange to see Xianxia take a liking to such a spirit," the elder said, a jade slip appearing in his hand. "The jade slip will have the sect's art for spirit binding. You can use it to bind your spirit and form a link." I dipped my head, taking the jade slip. "Thank you for your generosity, elder." "Xianxia would be the one you would want to thank, not me, disciple. You may leave now." I nodded and walked out of the chamber. My heart beat faster, and a cold sweat beaded on my back. Cultivators were ridiculous. I turned to look at Labby, shaking my head. I'd need to be more stern with him from now on. Perhaps the sect art would help me with that. I tried to take a look at the pill the spirit had given to Labby, but he kept a firm grip on it, not letting go. "Like it that much, huh?" I muttered. I doubted the spirit of an elder would give something harmful to Labby, but I still felt slightly concerned. "Well, I guess it's fine. At least we're done. Let's go then, Labby?" I smiled, heading out of the sect. Silver Mist City awaited my arrival. Silver chi thrummed in her hands like a beacon of power, glowing with an inner light. Labby could feel her master's displeasure with her, and she wished to tell him she hadn't been able to stop her chi from flaring up. The other spirit had poked around her dantian with its spirit limbs, and Labby lost control of her lightning chi. She was frustrated at her inability to talk to her great master, at her inability to make the great elixirs and pills he made, at her inability to learn the knowledge he wrote in those books. She wasn't good enough. She couldn't even learn from her great master. Couldn't even make her thoughts known. Labby felt the familiar sense of frustration fill her. She'd been trying to understand him better, to tell him of her desires, yet she'd had no luck. Her thoughts soon shifted back to the pill in her hand. The spirit had gifted her this pill, in return for the prank it pulled, and she'd asked for her choice. Chi thrummed in her dantian, waiting to be released. The pill contained a strange draw, with the scent of the moon lingering on it. Labby jumped back into her pouch, making herself comfortable. The pill shivered, and Labby circled her chi, sparks flaring around her body. She remembered the spirit's whispered words to her as the gift had been given. "Humanity, for one such as you, comes at a cost. Would you abandon your form to be as your great master is? Think carefully, my young kin. You do not have enough chi right now. Your nature does not allow you such. It would take effort to reach the realms required for the pill to work. My boon is not eternal either. Only with tribulation
could one achieve a form of their desire. But for a while, you could be a human. Labby's chi thrummed. The words of the spirit were a sweet, melodious whisper, drawing her in. The spirit had known of her wishes. What she desired, even more than an abundance of spirit herbs to feast on, was to learn from her great master, to create what he did and gain insights on the world around her. And with this pill, she could be like her great master. She could take his form, talk with him, and follow in his footsteps. She could learn by his side. Labby's chi flared again, and she stared at the pill before she swallowed it in one bite. I soaked in the chi of the pleasant hills surrounding me as I felt animals, both regular and spirits, walk past. I'd come to learn from the old man that the sect had been formed near a particularly potent chi vein, with the entirety of the 7 celestial peaks being tied together in them, making them ideal for cultivation. One day I'd like to see exactly where and how this chi was generated, and whether it was like a natural gas rising from under the soil. Were spirit stones a finite resource that let out chi and would eventually run out? Even crude oil had been thought to be infinite, or any other resource of nature back home. The reality was anything but. With the analogies of chi serving as a fuel in so many things, the idea of chi being a finite resource to be consumed started to seem more and more probable. A crackle of lightning stirred as Labby shifted in my pouch. I gently rubbed his head when it poked through the top. The childish excitement from him at being outside made me laugh out loud. "Maybe I'll let you find some spirit herbs on the way back," I said, and was given a squeak of delight as a reply. I continued to make my way down through the slight incline of the hill the sect was formed on. The forest path soon started to part as the dirt path widened, clearly seeing more use. I stopped when the slight haze in the distance began to thin. Towering walls awaited me there, rising far higher than I'd expected them to. An imposing marvel of a structure formed by superhumans. I hadn't expected the city to be similar to what it'd be back home, but the structure in front of me still made me hold my breath just for a moment. I could sense the chi rising from them, ready to take on hordes of spirit beasts and cultivators alike. The desire to ask question upon question on how such tall walls had been made, and whether chi was used to reinforce them, or what threat they expected to take on with the walls, alongside many others, filled my heart. Labby crackled with sparks, echoing my excitement. A smile covered my face, excitement filling me on being able to explore a city in a mythical fantasy world. With renewed purpose, I continued on my way toward 7th Peak City. Chapter 14. 7th Peak City. Colors and scents flooded my senses, whispers of chi drifting on the wind. People walked by in droves of various status, wearing diverse clothes, most with no shred or hint of chi in them. Their movements felt slow and sluggish, weighed down by the world around them. Their presence was faint, fainter than even Labby's. I tried not to gawk like a country bumpkin, which is exactly what I was. Lu Jie had been to the city before, twice. In all the years he'd stayed at the sect, the only time he'd gone had been to run an errand, and once when he'd been taken by some sect brothers, promising to have fun, who'd then proceeded to run away without paying, leaving Lu Jie behind. The experience had been enough trouble for Lu Jie to remain in the sect and avoid visiting the city. Lu Jie's memories and emotions splashed through me as I felt little beacons of chi scattered around the city. The difference was stark from Lu Jie's memories. He'd grown, and this was perhaps the easiest visible proof to see. He may have gotten stuck, but his efforts had not been in vain, and some part of him in my memories sighed in relief. to have not been denied a reward for his struggles. Being in the sect, all Lu Jie had seen were those that surpassed him, prodigies and blessed kids born to resourceful cultivators that left his efforts in the dust. It was a harsh environment, meant to forge out the strongest and abandon all else. Perhaps it was all the more true for the other greater sects around here. Seventh Peak City was one of the 7 celestial peaks, being the lowest. The city itself was in a valley under the peaks on which the Cloudy Peaks sect was formed, also the smallest sect among the 7 great sects. And it was still far larger than most other sects out there. It was a tough world to survive in. Yet, despite all of that, despite how unfair the world could be sometimes, if Lu Jie were here, I'd have shown him this.
The difference from when he'd first visited this place while still in the first realm, and how he'd grown. I let my senses expand. The merchant selling honeypots was right at the peak of finishing his foundation and entering the second realm. Another outer sect disciple stood in the distance, firmly in the second realm. None that I could sense in the third realm nearby. Labby wiggled in my pouch as I continued to walk alongside the waves of people around me. My eyes kept jumping from one thing to the next, each new attractive item drawing my interest. There were a surprising number of cultivators selling their wares as merchants. I say cultivator, but rarely did I see someone above the first realm. Yet even that was a major difference to the layman. A particular merchant managed to catch my eye. There seemed to be some kind of demonstration going on as people began to stop and watch. Crafted by the disciples of the great Zhao Sun, this formation amulet is capable of withholding the strike from a peak 4th realm cultivator, the merchant exclaimed, holding up the amulet. A few people muttered, and some kids laughed in delight as a blue flickering shield momentarily manifested as qi pulsed around the red amulet. Would anyone dare to test its might? If you can break through the ward, then I'll sell it to you for half the price, the merchant exclaimed. And this time, excited murmurs and whispers began to spread. You, right there. A disciple from the sect, right? Would you like to test your might? The man said, pointing at me. I looked around, hoping he was talking about someone else, but fate was a cruel mistress. I was about to shake my head and nope the hell out of the show when I saw the kids staring at me with their eyes shining in anticipation. I sighed a silent sigh of defeat in my mind and walked closer. Ho ho ho! Very well. If you manage to break this ward, disciple, what's your name? The man added in a quiet whisper.
Lu Jie. If you break this ward, disciple Lu Jie, the amulet shall be yours for free, the man exclaimed. There was most likely some trick to the amulet, or the merchant wouldn't be so proudly exclaiming these bold claims. Either that, or he really didn't think I could do it. Which, in all honesty, I didn't think I could either. I'd never tried to use any combat techniques Lu Jie knew. I closed my eyes, going through Lu Jie's memories. The core art he'd learned was the Serene Mists art, a neutral qi-based combat and movement technique that included a specific method of channeling qi, a more defensive sort of combat. All of that meant very little to me. I didn't know how to fight, so I let my thoughts fade and allowed Lu Jie's memories to guide my body. Qi flooded my pathways, circulating through my dantian. My body moved to vague impulses, shifting my weight on my back leg. The arts brimmed with strength, and qi gathered in my hand. With a smooth motion, my weight shifted onto my front leg as I struck out. In an entirely unnecessary gesture, I let my qi explode outward, creating a shock wave that added to the flashiness as my fist landed on the ward. The blue shimmering ward flickered. Gasps rolled through the crowd as they took a few steps back to not get injured by mistake from the impact. My hand hurt. I smiled through the pain,
not letting it show on my face. Silence descended until the merchant spoke out once more. "Ah, good try, good try. But as you can see, even a devastating blow like that couldn't pierce through the ward." A few people edged in closer to buy one. Labby squeaked, and I gently pet his head, shaking my head. A small smile covered my face, struggling to stop myself from snorting on how ridiculous I must have looked. I'd also managed to discover the neat trick the merchant used. I could vaguely sense the weak spirit stone linking this one amulet with 3 others. Not exactly a scam, as the wards did actually hold up to my attack, but then I had no idea how strong my blow was. I may try getting a straw dummy to test how much force I'm producing. It'd be interesting to study superhuman biology and how the arts play a role, I muttered to myself as the merchant continued to get more and more people interested in buying. "Psst, hey, come here," a kid's voice whispered. A young boy of around 12 stood behind the merchant's stall. Curious, I made my way behind the merchant's stall, where the kid handed me a single spirit stone. "What's this for?" I asked, turning over the translucent stone. "For playing along and not ruining the display," the kid said, shrugging. I nodded in thanks. Perhaps I'd not been the only one with a keen eye. "Well, you can have this back," I said, returning the spirit stone. The kid's stance turned a bit wary. "In exchange, tell me of a cheap but good place that can sell me tools and instruments for alchemy, and maybe some books as well." The kid grabbed the spirit stone, nodding. "Well, you could go down the street and head left by the big store owned by Lord Zhao. Head on through the alley till you smell a load of herbs. You'll find an old lady there. She's a bit senile, but she sells the best pills and herbs around here, among other things." I nodded in thanks, and the kid went back to work. The merchant gave a small nod in thanks as well, and I smiled, heading on my way. Time to go find an old senile lady in some shady alley. Taking a leisurely stroll along the indicated path, soaking in the colorful qi everywhere, a lanky figure caught my eye. I stopped, trying to get a better view of the person walking through the crowd. From the slightly bent back and my pouch hanging from his waist, I knew who I'd just found. Well, well, well. If it wasn't my partner in crime, Su Lin. I wondered if I should ignore him or try and see what he was doing. Perhaps he was selling my pills, and getting involved would be a mistake. Yet Su Lin managed to pique my interest over the past few weeks. The guy was much smarter than he let on, and I'd been thinking about trying to find out just what he was doing in the sect. I hesitated. It'd be the smart thing to just go do my own thing. And so I suppressed my qi and began to follow behind at a safe distance. Time for some good old-fashioned stalking. Chapter 15. Stalking Stalkers. Stalkhawk Yan Yun's qi churned in her dantian, reflecting the conflicted state of her mind. For the first time in many years, Yan Yun decided to run away from her sparring sessions and escape to her little hideout. A part of her had been hoping she'd perhaps find Lu Jie around. Much to her disappointment, the boy was nowhere to be seen, and neither was his mysterious lover. Yan Yun wasn't surprised. The two had only really been meeting every 7 days and not visiting her little grove otherwise. She'd continued to stroll through the grove with a defiant sense of pleasure at having skipped a lesson for the first time, when her attention was caught by a familiar qi tinged with the smell of spirit herbs. A few moments of conflict later, Yan Yun decided to follow the qi, to try and see what Lu Jie was up to. She'd already ran away from her lessons. She may as well have some fun while at it. And that was how Yan Yun found herself smack in the middle of the city, the eyes of those around her trailing her steps. By the way even the women stared at her, she assumed it wasn't just because of her beauty. Then it hit her. She was wearing her spirit gown.
Lightning crackled along her clothes as Lei Yu let out his qi, shaking its head at her. Yan Yun is too rebellious. Elder would be displeased. Yan Yun should read distinguished texts of the great elders, and not those frivolous things she has picked up again. Lei Yu is displeased. Yan Yun held back a snort at her spirit's words. Lei Yu was far too haughty and stuck up about growing in strength. You enjoy this far more than I do, Lei Yu. Grandfather can eat his anger for a day. He should be busy with the sect and his own disciples anyways. Yan Yun felt Lei Yu's dissatisfaction. Her Thunder Eagle spirit would prefer to fly freely across the plains and test its mettle against the wild spirits around these parts. Mostly, it'd just be him traumatizing the local spirits. She wanted no part in that. Yan Yun hurriedly suppressed her presence in the city. At her strength, even mundane people could sense the crackle of thunder permeating around her, causing little sparks to occur. She could do little about her clothes, but thankfully a single pulse of qi had the extravagant design changed to a much simpler outfit. Any cultivator would be able to sense the qi present in it, but at least she wouldn't stand out any more than she already did. All this effort for a worthless out-of-sect boy. Lei Yu is going to sleep. Lei Yu cut off his senses, the arrogant ball of zapping feathers falling asleep in her dantian. Yan Yun continued on her path following Lu Jie's qi, walking through the streets undeterred. A short distance ahead, she noticed a gathering of people standing around a merchant who waved an amulet in his arm. His words made Yan Yun frown, the bold proclamations not standing up to the truth. The amulet could possibly hold a fourth realm cultivator, but it would also run out and break if used too often. Yan Yun paused when she saw Lu Jie take a stance before the merchant. Qi pulsed around the boy, its movements not matching at all with the gentle, herb-tinged qi she'd come to associate with him, but a heavier, more brutish method. She frowned when his blow lacked any meaningful impact. His qi expelled outward to create a shockwave instead. Intentional? Yan Yun didn't know. It only made the boy more curious. Was he truly as terrible at the martial path as he let on? Yan Yun continued to watch as Lu Jie walked behind the merchant's stall. Perhaps he was working with the merchant to make the amulet seem better than it was by putting on a show. She noticed a boy handing a single spirit stone to Lu Jie, and her suspicions were confirming. She was about to walk up to him when Lu Jie returned the spirit stone, shaking his head. He said something before he made his way farther ahead. Yan Yun was confused and decided to continue. A part of her said this was extremely beneath her, to be following a disciple from the sect through the city. Yet, Yan Yun had never cared about how people saw her much anyways. It was only her grandfather's expectations that kept her maintaining the facade of a prodigious young lady. Lu Jie stopped in his tracks, and she wondered if her presence had slipped out. Her eyes followed his gaze, and her heart started to beat in excitement when she felt a faintly familiar qi presence in the distance. She'd just found his lover. Yan Yun's excitement swelled when Lu Jie headed into the side alley where his lover had been. Pushing down on her flaring qi, she made sure she was making no noise and began to follow. I felt a bit silly following Su Lin through the narrowing streets. The bustling city was turning quieter as we walked away from the merchants and the carts and carriages, transitioning into quiet neighborhoods of people going about their daily lives, with smaller shops watching the day pass. I maintained my distance, trying to stay outside Su Lin's sight as he occasionally stopped here and there. A few minutes of stalking almost had me bored and about to return to my day when I felt a very faint pulse of qi from up ahead. Returning my attention, I turned from the little corner I'd been standing in to find Su Lin gone from my sight. I tried to sense for any cultivator with qi nearby, but my senses showed nothing. Well, damn. Wonder if he felt me walking behind him or something, I muttered. It was a miracle Labby hadn't busted me yet, and a small check at my pouch showed Labby had fallen asleep. Somewhat like an excited kid ready to go on a trip, but then falls asleep on the way there. It was adorable. I looked back at the path where I'd come from when it dawned on me. I had no idea where I was, or how I was supposed to go back. Well, damn it. Standing awkwardly as I glanced all around the place, I caught the eye of a couple of people walking nearby. Only the moment I looked at any of them, they'd bow slightly before hurrying to be on their way. Yeah, I wasn't getting anything out of these people. I shrugged and resigned myself to some blind exploration and whatever punishment I may get in being late to my sect duties. I vaguely tried to map the way the kid told me to go from where I may be. It wasn't like I'd completely forgotten how I'd gotten here. I took a right turn, heading in what I hoped would be the alchemy shop. Memories from Lu Jie's home started to come forward. His home had been much smaller than this city, and the houses more widely spaced considering how it was a village. Yet something about the simple clothing and the lack of cultivators made those memories start to come forth. All the more so because of that, it was difficult to ignore just how different cultivators were from regular people. I hadn't realized it whatsoever, being among cultivators in all the time I'd been here, but my gait was faster, my breath much steadier, and my presence stronger than a regular person's. It hammered in the reality of what cultivation truly held as a promise. The rewards so great and tantalizing, I could somehow understand why people chased after it so madly. If it was such a boon to cultivate, why limit it to such a small number of people? The question bothered me, and I wondered if perhaps all these limitations to sect and talent were just to hoard qi. The idea that qi was a finite resource hadn't left my mind. Perhaps I was wrong, and qi was only finite in the way the sun's energy was finite. But if not, then limiting cultivation techniques to only those with a higher potential than others would make sense. I, of course, disagreed with that practice. Far more can be done if such a resource was shared equally. Things that could never be done back home could be made feasible here. Death and disease didn't necessarily have to be a concern if everyone could simply cultivate and take alchemical pills. The ideas began to jumble up. This wasn't anything new that I'd just thought of, except these thoughts became stronger the longer I stayed, and the more I learned about this world. I continued to walk through the narrow streets, lost in my thoughts of how I could spread cultivation to a larger number of people without bringing the world down on my head, when a sharp, cold blade pressed against my neck, qi pulsing its edge. I started to turn around to see the face of my assailant and was pushed against the wall, blade now at my neck. A rat-like face and two crooked teeth stared back at me. "Lu Jie?" Su Lin murmured, his eyes wide with surprise. I gulped and returned as charming a smile as I could with a blade pressed against my neck. "What a coincidence to see you here, Su Lin," I replied cheerfully, when something in the guy's gaze told me that wasn't going to work. Well, shit. Chapter 16. Sworn Brothers. There was something about having a blade at your neck that made the difference in cultivation levels and relative strength meaningless. I never understood why people seemed to freeze up, unable to think, when someone started to threaten them with a knife. This delightful exchange was starting to open my eyes as to why. Having your life in someone else's hand was scary as fuck. "Why were you following me?" Su Lin asked, keeping the knife to my neck. I gulped. "Thought I'd see where you were going, and if it was you indeed. Guess I was right." Surprisingly, my voice didn't waver in the slightest. Su Lin stared at me for a while, glowering. "Well, whatever. I thought it were them Zou's lackeys following me." I internally sighed when the knife was pulled away from my neck, trying not to show any distress in my expression.
Has anyone told you that you've changed, Lu Jie? I thought you were a timid one, sticking to yourself and not mingling with others much, and the last defeat had been enough to get you desperate. I'd get that. I've been desperate too. But that's not it with you, is it? You're just different now. Lu Jie barely had anyone who he could call a friend. Most had either given up, finding their talents lacking, or moved on, leaving him far behind. I'd felt relatively safe with whatever personality change may have been observed because of that, using Lu Jie's memories as a guide to help me out with his behavior from time to time. Something I relied on frequently with the old man. Well, whatever. You do you. What you need from me? Su Lin asked, hiding his little knife in the back of his waistcloth. I wasn't sure what to say. The goal had been to see what Su Lin was up to, not to end up with him holding a knife to my neck.
I was told about an old lady who sells alchemy stuff somewhere near here. Trying to find a way there, I said, deciding it'd be best to make use of this opportunity to get back on track. Su Lin gave me a look I couldn't quite place. Old lady that sells alchemical stuff. Has an annoying cat and loves to cackle madly to herself. Is that the one? He asked, and I nodded. Well, perhaps it was the will of the heavens then. Follow me, Su Lin said, walking ahead. I stared at his back, unsure of what he meant, before I began to follow after him. The pathway became narrower as Su Lin turned into a side path. The smell of herbs was the first thing to reach me. Soon after, the familiar sensation of qi from spirit herbs came within my senses. There was a tiny little shop with dried herbs hanging from its doorframe. The sound of grunting and mumbling drifted alongside the noise of metal clanging with metal. Qi pulsed all over, swirling and churning in a familiar motion, yet one far more skilled than I'd seen before. Someone was doing some serious alchemy there. Hey, old hag! The guy I've been getting pills from, Lu Jie, is here, Su Lin shouted. The clank of utensils sounded from inside as the qi thrummed faster and faster. Well, she ain't going to be listening while she works. Just head on in, Su Lin said, walking ahead into the shop. I stood outside, taking in the rickety little shop. The place was made of wood and housed within an oddly inconvenient location inside an alley. I wondered how whoever worked here got any customers at all. Deciding that waiting outside wouldn't help, I shrugged and headed inside. The inside of the shop wasn't much larger and built more like a home than any kind of shop, with a large portion filled with herbs and bowls lying everywhere, occasionally interspersed with parchments and wood slips with various characters written on them. My gaze stopped on a black cat, its deep yellow eyes staring back at me. I felt a strange sensation I couldn't place, as if the cat was seeing through me, and I covered the pouch Labby slept in. It was probably a good thing he was. I couldn't imagine this going well. The cat grew bored, yawning and stretching its feline limbs. It sauntered away with all the arrogance and pride of a cat strutting in its home. This place was seeming more and more like a witch's hut. Just a cultivation version of a witch. "You're Lu Jie?" a boy asked, walking out from deeper inside the shop. He had broad shoulders and was roughly the same height as me, with a tight bun of hair tied behind his head. Yes, I'm Lu Jie." I wondered what this might be about when, with a sudden motion, he bowed to me. "May the heavens grace you. The pills and money are really appreciated," the boy said, raising his head. I stared, still unsure of things. Su Lin was selling the pills to this shop, maybe even keeping a few pills for himself. I hadn't found any errors with the amount of money he gave me every week, so I didn't particularly care what exactly he was doing with the money. It wasn't like those pills could harm anyone. Even non-cultivators would just feel slightly more refreshed when eating them.
I ain't told him, Yoon. Was supposed to be a quiet thing before this guy followed me down here, Su-Lin said. Gratitude is gratitude, brother. Every little bit helps, the boy said, and a rumbling sound came from the other side of the room. I turned to look at Su-Lin, remaining awkward in the middle of the shop. I felt like I'd just walked in on some kind of thing, and I was starting to feel a bit guilty about the whole stalking situation as well. Well, the old hag's taking your time today, huh? Su-Lin muttered, his eyes shifting to the other boy. There seemed to be some kind of quiet communication going on as the boy turned around and walked in once more. Didn't mean to butt in like this, I said, shuffling my hands, unsure of where to keep them. It's all right, this ain't a secret. Well, outside of the whole spirit herb thing, that would land us in trouble, Su-Lin said, snickering. His expression shifted a few times, eyes darting around and looking at me before they kept turning back toward the room behind him ever so slightly. I shifted my gaze to the room, its entrance covered by a cloth that prevented me from looking inside. I could feel 2 more people in there. I heard a sigh come from Su-Lin, and I turned to see a strange expression on the guy's face. The ever-smirking and sleazy look was nowhere to be seen on him. I suppose I owe you a bit for your things, and since you're already here. Well, come on in here, Su-Lin said, walking inside the chamber. I looked around the little home, taking in the smell of spirit herbs and feeling the dense qi coming from them as I walked ahead. My eyes shifted to a guy sleeping on a bed, his skin red in spots and wrinkled in places. The guy I'd met just now stood inside as well, alongside another sitting nearby. That guy's Hua Yun, Su-Lin said, pointing to the guy with the hair bun. That's Cao Chen. Su-Lin gestured to the other guy sitting on the floor. And that's Brother John. They're all my brothers, Su-Lin said, pointing to the one sleeping. They clearly weren't related by blood. Their features were far too different from each other. I frowned as something felt off about him, outside of his wrinkled and clearly sickly look. I focused my attention on him, trying to find what felt wrong. When it hit me, this man had no qi. Why is he like that? I asked. Even those who couldn't cultivate had a small amount of qi present in their bodies. They were just incapable of harnessing it. Yet this guy had none whatsoever. It was like a dark void to my senses, a strange absence in the ever-present qi all around me. He was crippled, that's why, a voice spoke. I turned around and now faced an old woman walking in. Her face was set with wrinkles upon wrinkles, so much so that she could give the old man a run for his money. The woman coughed, and I smelled the qi from spirit herbs oozing from her. The sect crippled him, as punishment for choosing the lives of his companions over that of the son of some cultivator, she said, her cane striking against the floor in a steady rhythm. Sensing the qi within her, I wondered how someone with a cultivation like hers could age like this. The cat meowed loudly, entering at a leisurely pace before comfortably sitting next to the guy sleeping on the floor. My heart squeezed. That would have been my fate too, had it not been for Old Man. Is this what you need the spirit herbs and pills for? I asked Su-Lin. The old Granny Lang takes care of Brother John. The money's for getting him treated one day, and the herbs help with the pain, Su-Lin said in a quiet voice. Did learning that Su-Lin wasn't a greedy rat in this for his own benefit change anything? I didn't know. I already knew this world was a harsh place, but seeing it for myself felt more real. And the truth of how things worked here made it all the more horrifying. I crouched near the guy. His limbs were atrophied, as if he hadn't been eating anything and was suffering from malnutrition. I could vaguely sense the shattered core near his dantian, 2 circles of qi laying fractured in there, unable to hold a single hint of qi. "First time seeing a cripple, boy?" the old woman asked. I nodded. "Well, then have a close look at what fate awaits any who try to rise against those in power," she said. I stared at him with a grim look. "Enough dilly-dallying. Let us move out. I doubt you came in here to talk about all this," the woman said. Taking one last look at the guy, I turned as far too many thoughts churned in my mind. I wanted to examine him closely, to see what crippling his cultivation had done, learn what caused his state to be like that after being crippled, and whether it was caused by the lack of qi in his body, and lastly, to see if I could fix it somehow. With heavy steps, I walked out of the room. Chapter 17. Heart of Thieves. Many thoughts played in Yen Yun's mind as she masked her qi, stepping through the shadows. Should she really be doing this? To follow these disciples through side paths while she neglected her cultivation and went against her grandfather's wishes? A part of her desired it, the taste of freedom having enchanted her, and she was loath to let it go. For so long she'd been trapped. For so long she'd been playing the act of a talented young lady. She'd yearned to be free, yearned to go out with her friends and have fun, but her grandfather restricted her, allowing her to only mingle with those of high standing. Yen Yun didn't like the other female cultivators of her age. Not all of them were as burdened with the expectations of their families, their fathers usually content to let their sons bear the responsibilities of their sects and clans. It had only made Yen Yun envious of their lives, and become contempt of their disregard for their own fate of being married off at the pleasure of their fathers and brothers. Yen Yun hated their acceptance. When she was around them, she hated her guilt at trying to grasp her own fate and rise above her grandfather one day. "Yen Yun is too disturbed today. Your qi is in turmoil," Lei Yu said quietly, rousing from his short-lived slumber. Yen Yun sent an apologetic thought to Lei Yu as she shoved her thoughts to the back of her mind. She put her attention back on Lu Jie. Qi pulsed ahead, and Yen Yun sensed Lu Jie's lover hurriedly move away. She spread out her senses, watching Lu Jie stop in his tracks. She wondered if they'd had some sort of fight. Perhaps Lu Jie was trying to reconcile? What if the quarrel had been because of her? Had she just become a thorn in their paths? A strange sense of worry curled within her at the thought. She'd hate to get between any of this, as she'd prefer to silently watch on from a distance. "Like a deviant," Lei Yu scoffed. Yen Yun's cheeks flushed. She couldn't deny it was very shameful of her to be following Lu Jie around like this, especially if she was to be putting herself in the midst of a lover's quarrel. Perhaps she should return? Yen Yun remained conflicted, unable to decide. She'd already come so far. Would it really not be worth the stay to see who Lu Jie's lover was? She sensed some movement ahead and hurriedly turned back. Lu Jie had begun walking on his own, in the direction his lover had gone. Her qi thrummed with excitement once more as she continued to follow him. She'd stop just as she saw his lover. Yes. Shadows assimilated with Yen Yun's being, completely pulling all her presence in. It was uncomfortable for any cultivator in the 4th realm or above to retract their presence. The first circle within their dantian held more qi than a 3rd realm qi-shaping disciple's dantian would contain, and forcing the qi inward was unpleasant. It was also a skill she was sorely lacking in, having never needed to sneak around. She'd let Zhu Ri handle any task that needed such, and her lightning arts didn't lend themselves to stealth either. Yen Yun felt a presence move behind Lu Jie. She focused on the presence, surprise rising as she saw Lu Jie's lover move behind him. She stared at the boy, taller than Lu Jie, and silently moved toward him. Her heart beat nervously, inching her way closer, before qi flared and he grabbed Lu Jie, pushing him against the wall.
Yan Yun gasped as the older boy moved extremely close to Lu Jie, the other boy's hand at Lu Jie's neck as his face moved in closer to Lu Jie's. Yan Yun froze, blood rushing to her cheeks. She rushed away from the sight, her heart thundering to have caught such a scene. Her whole being burned with embarrassment as her suppressed qi erupted in a sparkle of lightning she struggled to hold back, sensing Lei Yu's disappointment through their link. She didn't care. A silent giggle poured out along as her cheeks burnt red like flames. She'd just caught them together. I took a deep breath, refreshing my mind as I walked out. The other two guys had walked off somewhere as Su Lin stood nearby, handing the old woman a pill. One of the pills I'd given to Su Lin. The old granny inspected it a few times. I could sense the qi coming from the smoke moving around the granny's hands. "This isn't the standard recipe they have for the pills, is it?" she said, turning to me. I didn't reply in any way, but I didn't deny it either. I doubted she was going to have an issue with that, seeing how she was running an alchemy shop in this corner. Not exactly the kind of person to have the halls in their good books. "Changed the composition, I see. Added a bit of unnecessary stuff in there as well. Bah, sloppy work. The impurities haven't all been refined. That old fool has gotten sloppy in his teachings," the woman muttered. "You know the old man?" I asked, and the woman snorted as she swallowed the pill. "Yes, I know your master. Isn't hard to guess. The herbs have hints of his qi, and no one else would be foolish enough to take you in as a disciple in the sect. Those that would have been are dead," she said. She really didn't like the sect, did she? My eyes drifted to Su Lin, who was doing odd chores around the home, but I could tell his attention was focused on our conversation. "Why haven't you joined one of the halls? I heard they didn't like free alchemists roaming around and doing their own thing," I asked the woman. "Well, why haven't you, boy?" she asked. I nodded. Prying questions were a no-go then. All right, a different question. What happened to that guy, and are all people with crippled cultivation like this? I asked. Su Lin halted, just for a moment, then resumed arranging little jars of items on a shelf nearby. This really did feel like a witch's home. "No, not always. Not to this extent. If done correctly, the cultivator can live as a normal person, simply incapable of cultivating again. Some have issues, and forever feel weak from that point, among other difficulties, but rarely are they bedridden like this," the woman said, smacking her cane into the ground. "Then why?" I asked. "His cultivation was ripped out forcefully, shattered and destroyed over and over, before what remained was sealed within him. It's a miracle he survived, and a sign of his talent, perhaps." "What good did that talent ever do to him?" Su Lin interjected, his grip tightening. I frowned. There was far too much to unravel here, and I wasn't sure I wanted to invade in Su Lin's life so much. There was a strange conflict brewing in my chest. Wasn't my path all about bringing cultivation to all who I could? To demystify the mystical magic? This could be a way for me to try and study a crippled cultivation and understand how qi interacted with our bodies better. If I could find any clue of restoring a crippled cultivation, then perhaps I could also find a way of letting even commoners cultivate and use qi. "Is there no way to heal him?" I asked the old woman. "There are a few herbs and elixirs that might. I doubt his cultivation will ever heal, but he could be allowed to live a normal life," the woman spoke. "I would like to come here, if I can, to check on your brother John," I replied. The old woman huffed quietly. "Think yourself some kind of medical saint? Well, I doubt there'd be any harm if you try, as long as you don't create a ruckus in my shop," the old woman said. "Now go and have a look, and pick what you want from here."
She made her way toward her cauldron, the contents swirling with qi. I scratched my chin, turning around to peruse the numerous herbs and other tools on shelves. "What you need? I doubt you can find it in all the mess the old hag makes," Su Lin said, and I gave him a thankful sigh as I dug in my pocket. A silent mirth rose in me when Su Lin grimaced at the long list I held in my hand. Time to get shopping, my partner in crime. Sitting on the floor, I inspected the small cauldron I'd picked up. By the soaring heavens, you made me open up shelves I think the old hag hasn't opened in decades. The stench alone must have taken a decade off my life, Su Lin groaned. I smiled apologetically. An assortment of items sat before me that I'd decided I needed for the lab. The first and foremost had been a smaller cauldron for more controlled tests. The cauldron I had wasn't really suited to testing fine details and sensitivities. I'd still prefer a test tube, though. The next item was a thermometer. Well, a heat-sensing spirit stone that served as one. I held the crystal out. It would change colors, turning a bright red when it reached the boiling point of water. It wouldn't let me measure temperature precisely like a thermometer would, but it was still much better than having nothing and just going by vague estimations. I set aside the many porcelain replacements of petri dishes, alongside a dozen spirit stones and a bag of spirit herbs. I was surprised Labby hadn't leapt at them yet, seeing how he was pretty much addicted to them at this point. I dug in my pouch, taking out a dozen or so silver coins before I handed the pouch to Su Lin. It stung slightly to part with more than half of what I'd earned, but with the new equipment and better techniques, it would be a worthwhile investment. Running a pseudo-cultivation lab was quite expensive. I gathered the tied-up items before realizing it'd be quite difficult to carry all of this by myself. Su Lin rolled his eyes, muttering something under his breath before he picked up some of the herb pouches. "I need to go back anyways," the boy said. "You're a surprisingly nice guy," I told Su Lin. "And you're a surprisingly clumsy guy. Now move, I don't want to be shouted at for being late." "Wasn't supposed to take this long today." I shrugged, shaking my head, and followed him out of the shop. We walked in silence through the alleys for a while, when suddenly I sensed a few presences nearby. "Oh, look who we found. Isn't it Su Lin there?" a voice came from ahead, as a burly man lumbered closer, his qi flaring. Sensing his cultivation, this guy was at the start of the third realm. A few other men walked by, near the peak of the first and lower second realm, wielding short daggers and disheveled robes. "Zo," Su Lin muttered. I cursed to myself. I'd just walked into the surrounded by bandits in a side alley event. God damn it. Chapter 18. Zhu Chen. The group of thugs surrounded us and gulped nervously. I found a couple of them eyeing me, wary expressions on their faces. Oh, right. I was slightly higher in cultivation than them, wasn't I? Not that it would change anything. I couldn't fight to save my life. "Got a friend to come around, eh, Su Lin? Never took you for the type to mingle with the sect disciples." The group leader, Zhu, spoke, taking out his dagger and spinning it around in his hands. His lackeys followed, drawing out their own. What was up with this whole group and their hidden daggers? First Su Lin, now these guys. Should I be carrying one too? "This ain't got nothing to do with you, Zhu. Piss off," Su Lin barked. There was tension in his shoulders. There were two of us. One and a tag-along, and 5 of them. An unfair fight if it came down to it. "Should have thought that before you stole those spirit stones and cut off the supply of pills," Zhu growled back as his qi flared. I eyed Su Lin. From what I could tell from this conversation, and what I'd gathered on Su Lin, these were his former spirit herb smuggling companions. That, or some other kind of shady stuff. Finding a new source of earning money must have had Su Lin jump trains. This was all speculation, though, so I could be way off. Should have thought about being stabbed in the back when you threw me to the side, Zhu, Sulin retorted. The frown on Zhu's face deepened. I really didn't feel like going deeper into this event. I could practically see how it'd play out. Zhu shouts, "You dare?" and charges us, and then we fight, and somehow beat him, and he runs away. Then the big evil guy behind him sends some cultivators after us, and that's it for two random nobodies whose death would go unnoticed by most. I grit my teeth and decided to try to bluff my way through this. I don't know what your trouble is with one another. Neither will I participate in it or interfere. I'm an unconcerned party, I said, infusing as much courage and calmness as I could into my voice, pausing for effect. But Sulin has some things I need, and I'd prefer if this conflict could be sorted at a later date, I breathed out, staring at the tense lackeys. Zhou swiveled his yellow-pupilled eyes to me. His chi flared, a slimy feel to it. I didn't like this guy. A righteous fella, are we? You want me to let this thieving rat run away? Again? Ha! The man laughed, and his lackeys followed in quieter chuckles. Think again, big fella. You may be stronger, but there's a fair few more of us here. Let's see whose fists talk more, eh? Zhou said, and I let out a muffled sigh. Time for trick number 2. I flooded my pathways with qi, using Lu Jie's memories to guide my path. One of the benefits of being stuck at the peak of the third realm for so long had been that Lu Jie gained good control of his qi. Cultivators would often have to deal with a growing amount of qi, leading to an imbalance in qi usage. But Lu Jie's qi had been static for months, allowing him to know just how much each of his techniques needed. It didn't make up for his lacking qi or strength, but it did help him last longer. I sensed a slight mist rising around me as I spoke again, infusing my voice with qi. A slight pulse to my pack had the qi from my spirit herbs merging with my own and pouring out in a torrential storm. You really don't want to do this. Let us both walk away, I said, and Zhou's lackeys took a step back. A third realm's qi had to be difficult to bear for those below me, and I was cheating with my pills. Hesitation crossed his face, reconsidering his actions. I tensed, keeping my qi up, but I began to struggle. I was essentially draining my qi to create an illusion of strength I didn't possess. Grab Sulin, Zhou muttered, and I cut off my qi, digging through my pocket, and hurriedly popped a qi-gathering pill in my mouth. A grimace covered my face as I prepared for a nasty fight. Here's hoping Lu Jie memories were enough for me to get out of here. I let qi flood my pathways. It was strange, but also familiar. Lu Jie's memories played in my mind, hours upon hours of work he'd poured into advancing his cultivation. All those hours flashed through my mind as mist began to billow from my sleeves. My God, I was turning into a cultivation protagonist. Qi stirred near my pouch as Labby woke up. His confusion came next when his head poked out. Anger rose in his mind, spotting the thugs. As Labby jumped out, his fur crackled with lightning, shooting it toward the thugs. It wasn't very effective. I was about to rush ahead and grab Labby from killing himself when qi exploded in front of me. Thunder, unlike anything I'd sensed, erupted from where Labby had stood, forming a storm as it mixed with my mist. A powerful force descended all around me, and groans of pain sounded from up ahead. Pretend this is you, junior brother. Raise your voice and infuse it with qi. I heard a familiar girl's voice speak in my head. No time to give that any thought. I grasped the opportunity and channeled the best impression of an arrogant young master that I could. You dare, Zhou! You should have heeded my warnings before taking such a foolish step. If your life is not precious to you, "Then I will gladly take it from you," I shouted, dying a little inside. Thankfully, another burst of lightning spread all around me, extending to Labby, who squeaked angrily. I wondered if he thought this was coming from him. "But I am merciful, even now. Walk away, and I will pretend this slight never happened so. But think twice before you try to approach Sulin or me again, because I will be remembering this. Now scram!" I shouted, chi bellowing from my voice. I was afraid my voice would crack when a powerful thunderstrike crackled and stone erupted.
Even I recoiled in fear of being hit by the demonstration. Screams and curses were shouted as Zoe and his lackeys ran away. My heart thundered in my chest from the encounter, relief flooding me. That had been close. Squeak! Immense satisfaction and pride rolled off of Labby, and I chuckled at his antics. I cut off the chi filling my pathways, the mist receding slowly but surely. Another thing I'd overlooked. This mist and its formation would be interesting to look into later. I shook my head, bringing it back to the voice of the girl I'd heard. I recognized the voice from an encounter a few weeks ago. The question was, what such a person was doing in this alleyway in the middle of nowhere and possibly alone. My gaze caught Sulin staring my way, his eyes wide, and it occurred to me how the display from earlier must have looked like. How was I going to explain this? A large bird flew over my head, its feather cracking with thunder, and my eyes caught the girl standing a bit farther away. Damn it, the crazy girl from my first meetup with Sulin had found us. Though, why was her face so red? Yen Yun wished she had a hole she could bury herself in. Her face refused to lose its flush as she stared at Lu Jie and his lover, who both stared dumbfoundedly at her. Her mind played the image of their lips meeting each other, and her cheeks turned scarlet with renewed vigor. She wasn't a deviant. She was just passionate about her hobby. Yen Yun should pretend this is a gathering for the young noble lords. Treat them as Yen Yun treats her potential suitors. Lei Yu spoke in her mind as her spirit companion flew overhead, sending little sparks toward the rat that kept squeaking in protest. Yen Yun was momentarily surprised to find lightning chi within the rat, but she put that out of her mind, coughing once as she began to speak. I'd ask what you two are doing outside the sect, getting involved with thugs, but it's shameful to do so in my position, so I'll be pretending I never saw anything, Yen Yun said, breaking at the last word before she refocused. These were young lords of unknown origins eyeing her for her beauty, as their minds thought of all sorts of depraved thoughts. Not starstruck lovers kept apart by the world, for their love was forbidden and untenable, so they hid in alleys and outside the sight of the world, longing for each other. Yen Yun needs to stop her delusions, Lei Yu shouted in her mind, and inwardly recoiled from the musings. Thankfully, the two didn't seem to have noticed, too busy gawking at her with a blank expression. So, you were the one behind all the lightning and all the chi, the other boy spoke up, his eyes drifting toward Lu Jie. Yes, I'd seen 2 sect disciples in trouble and couldn't stay my hand. It would have been troublesome to be found out here, though, so forgive your senior sister for the act, Yen Yun said. She was doing this. She was talking to them. She pushed the quiet giggle that began to worm its way out. How did you do that? The speaking in my mind thing, Lu Jie asked. Yen Yun looked at the boy in surprise. Like this. It's called sending. A simple technique. I'm surprised you haven't used it to talk to your spirit yet. It even broke through to the first realm, after all. She spoke in his mind, sending her chi, and saw increasing shock reflected on the boy's face.
The little one asks the young mistress to allow her to talk to her great master, Lei Yu spoke to her. The rat squeaked in excitement. Yan Yun was slightly conflicted. She still didn't like rats, but she could sense the little spirit's burning desire. Your spirit wishes to talk to you, Lu Jie. She has a lot to say, Yan Yun said, as she felt Lu Jie's qi flaring. She?
Chapter 19. A New Bond. Today was a day of revelations. First, the thing about Su Lin and his crippled brother, then Zhou, now Labby. Admittedly, I really should have looked into Labby's gender before making any assumptions. In my defense, I had no idea what and how rats were differentiated anyways. Wait, the crazy girl muttered as my gaze shifted back to her. You don't have a bond with your spirit? Ah, that explains why she can't talk to you. Her spirit eagle flicked its head at Labby. I wonder what conversion they were having. I'd just received an art for Labby after registering her, with the sect. I never had the time to form one. Today has been a busy day, I replied, shrugging. The trip took a lot of detours and side business, and by this point, I just wanted to be back in my room experimenting with all my new equipment and herbs. I see. I can sense lightning qi in your spirit, not something I find commonly in rats. Yet I don't sense a shred of lightning qi in you. Are you sure you're ready to have her as your spirit? The girl asked. Honestly, I'd never really considered Labby's lightning to be an issue, though I could see how it might be a problem if I was supposed to help her grow. I needed to look into cultivation more thoroughly. It was clear cultivation would play a key role in how I made my pills and in my understanding of qi itself. Even if I didn't wish to get involved in cultivator quarrels or waste away all my time in meditation, I could still learn more and try to understand it better. Any added years to my life from cultivation would be an added bonus. She's already my spirit. It's not a choice I need to make now. But I must admit I hadn't given it any thought that far. If you'd like, I can help you form your bond, and give you a few pointers for how to take care of a lightning spirit beast, the girl said. That was unexpectedly kind of her. She averted her gaze, a light blush coming to her cheeks. I took a second look at her. A cultivator. About 16 if I had to place her age, but you could never tell with cultivators. She wore simple clothing, yet clearly expensive. Her hair was a light brown tied in beautiful knots with 2 silver qi-filled hairpins on her head. With pear-like green eyes that shone with a golden crackle of thunder as her qi churned, and a resplendent thunder eagle perched on her shoulders. A jade beauty through and through. Just why was she involving herself with me so much? If senior sister is willing, then I'd be very grateful, I replied, bowing my head. I didn't know why she seemed so interested, and I wasn't curious enough to pry. She could have any reason to be helpful, and maybe she was just kind. I wasn't nearly dumb enough to think she was interested in me. Lu Jie wasn't the best-looking guy around by a big margin, and the possibility itself scared me more than anything when I thought of the hordes of "You dare" screaming young masters coming after me. A quiet shudder went down my spine at the thought. You won't ask what she was doing all the way out here in this alley? Isn't she the young mistress who'd got you? Su Lin said, eyeing Yan Yun skeptically. That was slightly surprising. I'd have expected him to be trying to butter up the crazy girl. Despite learning about the thing with his friends, or brothers, it was still difficult to adjust to the non-sleazy Su Lin I was meeting here today. Did she ask why we were here? I asked Su Lin. I suppose not, Su Lin muttered. The scarlet glow returned to Yan Yun's cheeks. Whatever it was, I decided not to pursue it. The less I got involved with her, the higher my chances of not dying by some young master chasing the prodigious jade beauty. Yan Yun coughed, the glow fading from her cheeks.
Well, let us head back to the sect first. We can form the bond after that, she suggested, as her spirit let out a loud whistle, taking off in a show of flashing sparks. I nodded, picking up the bag of herbs I'd dropped during the fight, and Su Lin picked up the stuff he'd been carrying. Labby squeaked happily, running up my leg and jumping into my pouch. I smiled, rubbing her fuzzy head. It'd take me a bit to get adjusted to calling Labby her, but be it a junior brother or junior sister, it didn't matter to me either way. I sat down on an open field, crossing my legs. Su Lin sat nearby, watching idly, looking bored as he scratched his nose. He shuffled a few herbs from the bunch he carried, and I shook my head in silent disapproval. There was no way he was being that obvious if he planned to steal. The act was purely to get a rise out of me. All right, I'm assuming you know how spirit bonds work? Yan-Yun asked. I gave her as blank an expression as I could muster, and her expression faltered. Right, heavens. From the start, then. So, I hope you're aware that bonds can only be formed after you've broken through to the second realm and finished your Qi foundation, Yan-Yun asked, and I nodded. I did know that much. That isn't an issue with you, seeing you're at the peak of Qi condensation. The realm of the spirit matters as well, and mostly you can only bond with the spirit one realm lower than you. Your Qi will be sustaining these spirits, after all, and you need to have enough of it. Thankfully, your spirit has just broken through, and spirit rats need a pitiful amount of Qi to have them, Yan-Yun said. Squeak! Labby protested, raising her paws. I gently pet her head, laughing as lightning crackled around her fur. Yes, you're the best, Labby. She meant other spirit rats, I replied, getting a satisfied squeak from Labby in reply. As I was saying, in Qi you are fine. A cultivator's spirit may eventually catch on to them in cultivation given time as well, so a cultivator's own growth is often related to the growth of their spirits, Yan-Yun continued, walking around with a spring in her step. She might have been enjoying this more than I was. For example, it's notoriously difficult to tame young dragons. Their pride is like the heavens themselves, and if a dragon spirit thinks it can best you and free itself, it often will. As such, only a powerful cultivator has them, and even then, usually one that is a realm lower in cultivation, Yan-Yun said. Her explanations were starting to rouse my interest in the topic. With a crackle of lightning, Yan-Yun's spirit manifested on her shoulder, and I almost jumped back. I sensed a haughty pride in the bird as it stared right at me, when all of a sudden, I heard a voice speak. Lacking manners, just like his spirit. A young, male voice, yet clearly not human, spoke in my head, and I could sense it was the spirit talking to me. The fact I didn't even bat an eye at a lightning bird talking to me with magic telepathy made me do a double take. This magic shit was escalating by too many levels too quickly, and I couldn't keep up. Let me stick to my shiny water and funky spirit plants. I was lucky Lei Yu is a part of my family, having been raised by my grandfather. He's nearly the same cultivation realm as me, and not a spirit I'd be able to keep on my own, Yan-Yun said, and Lei Yu vanished. I still couldn't get used to the disappearing act, even though I knew spirits could do that. Can you show me your spirit binding art? The one you received? Yan-Yun asked, and I pulled out the jade slip I'd been given. A very obvious grimace passed over her face as she sent a pulse of qi into the jade slip. That bad, huh? This, an outer disciple, I suppose. I'll be slightly modifying this to suit you better, Yan-Yun said, and once again, I had the strange sense she was being far too generous for no obvious reason. All right, Yan-Yun continued. Have a look, and let's begin the binding, she said, handing me the jade slip. I grabbed the offered item, sending a slight amount of chi through it as the art began to reveal itself to me. I put away the thought of how information was being transmitted like this for now, and focused on the contents of the art. Still your chi, Lu Jie. Follow the guided paths the art is showing. Try to reach out to your spirit, Yen Yun instructed. By her word, I followed the guidance of the art as I circulated my qi. Qi swirled, moving in my dantian and pushing against it. Slowly, but surely, it began to escape out of my dantian, into my pathways, and then outward. I sensed Yen Yun's qi guiding my own, and I refocused, trying to reach out to Labi. A small presence with a tingly sensation to it. Labi's chi happily reached out from my own, and my chi merged with hers, both mixing together. I could sense a stir in my dantian, a portion of it shifting and changing with the flow, as if to make space for Labi. Chi pulsed once more, this time from Labi, as lightning chi came back through our bond, merging with the much larger amount of chi in my dantian. A sensation deep within my gut permeated as a new presence bloomed in my mind. Something sharp, yet small. A fuzzy, intangible voice that chittered before I sensed elated joy gushing forth like a tidal wave, as a little girl's voice called out, "Labi greets her great master."
Chapter 20. Lost Love. Labi felt her chi churn as her great master's chi meshed with her own. Lightning crackled through her being as a vast, calming presence reached out to her. A bond through which she could sense her great master. His chi was like spirit herbs, tinged in their smell. The chi drew Labi closer, and she felt safe in its presence, a comforting warmth she'd grown familiar with even before Labi had known who she was. Her great master had given her the life she had. He'd given her what her siblings lacked. She was great now. She was Labi. The chi acknowledged her presence. She wasn't the nameless rat she'd been before. She had a name and a master and a purpose to fulfill. It burned in her chi, in her name, and she could feel her path as surely as she could feel her great master's. And now she was finally able to talk to her great master and express her gratitude. "Labi greets her great master," Labi sent excitedly, the chi flowing through the bond like a smooth stream of water, following the path of a vast river. She was relieved. She'd greeted her great master. She'd talked to him. He'd heard her voice. Excitement burst forth through Labi's mind like a raging tide, as her chi began to soak in his, growing just from his mere presence. She'd learn and learn and learn some more until she'd seen it all. And she'd find him many, many herbs and feast on them. Labi would learn every divine pill her master made, even if she had to learn the squiggly scribbles her great master wrote in his notes. Labi rejoiced, a burning desire to learn budding within her. She'd be the greatest disciple her master had ever seen. Labi squeaked delightfully, crackling with sparks as a flood of emotions flowed through our newly formed bond. She shouted with pure excitement, and I felt her happiness at being able to talk with me distinctly in my chest. Happiness permeated her bond, flooding over. Not that it'd take more than just a glance at her sparkling, fuzzy form to be able to tell that. I stared at my little companion, feeling a bit strange at how Labi had grown on me so much in just over a month. It felt odd to be able to talk to her, and yet perfectly natural at the same time. Though now I was unsure of what to say. In the end, I simply scratched her head gently, sensing her delight flow through our bond. "It's nice to talk to you, Labi. I'm sorry it took me this long to finally get to it." I sent the words to Labi, feeling incredibly strange at being able to project my thoughts outward like this. I sensed confusion traveling through the bond as Labi squeaked out loud, "Great Master,
Did something wrong? She asked me, as if the very thought was alien to her. This little rat's opinion of me might just be a tiny bit inflated. I certainly didn't pay as much attention to you as I should have. I wasn't prepared or fully appreciative of the responsibility that would come with taking you in. I sent back and smiled when I sensed Labby being extremely confused as to what I meant. I rubbed her head once more, sending a sense of care. Don't worry about it. I'll be looking after you as best as I can now. I sent and got another excited squeak in return. Labby is eager to learn from her great master, and to eat many, many wonderful pills, Labby exclaimed, and I burst out in laughter. I'd forgotten my spirit rat was a hardcore drug addict. I wiped my eyes of slight tears from my unexpected laughter. Labby jumped into my pouch and comfortably sat herself in. My gaze traveled back to Yen Yun, standing with a quiet smile stuck on her face, and I paused in my mirth. A quick look at the spirit art of binding showed me that whatever changes Yen Yun had made improved the art by a significant margin. It accepted Labby's qi with ease, merging it with my own within my dantian, and I could sense my qi bolstering Labby's cultivation as well. The smile faded from Yen Yun's face as she realized I was staring, as she coughed. It seems like the bonding went well, junior brother. I nodded and dipped my head in gratitude. I appreciate the kindness you've shown, senior sister. Not many have been as kind as you've been, even after you knew about our secret, I replied, lifting my head to flushed cheeks. No need to mention it, brother, Yen Yun replied, her voice faltering, and I sensed her qi churning, her face growing red. What was she so flustered about? Her behavior was odd. Was her finding out about our little herb trade something she should be so embarrassed by? Was she just not used to gratitude then? I'd left the question hanging of what she'd been doing, not willing to get her more involved than she needed to be. But it was somewhat obvious she'd been trailing us. I wasn't willing to believe we'd meet up as a coincidence in a random, far-off alley in the city on the very day I leave the sect. Far too random. Then the question raised itself again. Why was she so interested in me? Is something wrong? Yen Yun asked. Taking a deep breath in, I spoke up. I'm very grateful for your help, senior sister. You've been kind to me. Kind to keep the secret and swear an oath as well. Kind to help us out with the thugs. And kind to assist me with the bond. I paused for a moment, studying her confused expression. But I fear I don't understand what I've ever done to have caught the eye of someone like you. A prodigy well known in the sect and otherwise. I wouldn't see what you'd want from an outer sect disciple like me, who's been unable to break through for a long time now, I spoke in a single breath. Once more I sensed a turmoil in her qi, this time accompanied with golden sparks, similar to what Labby did when excited, but far more potent. A strike would leave me unconscious within a moment. I was just... Yen Yun's voice caught in her throat. A deep red flush rose on her whole face, and I sensed her distress growing. I was about to speak up and let the topic go when I heard a voice carried by qi sound out. Yen Yun thinks you and the boy are lovers. Lei Yu! Yen Yun screamed in outrage, her deep red flush turning a harsh shade of red as qi burst out in thunderous outrage. Yen Yun's delusions need to be stopped now. It's been weeks, and Lei Yu is tired, and so is Zhu Ri. The spirit spoke once more before the voice was cut off, and I sensed the girl arguing with her spirit within her mind. A powerful burst of laughter tore itself from Su Lin's mouth, and the guy fell on his back, clutching his gut. Me? And this guy? Lovers? By the heavens, I've seen it all today, Sulin muttered, devolving into a fit of laughter once more. Nothing made sense to me anymore. But what about the spirit herbs and the pills? What about the oath? I asked, unable to hold my mouth. Spirit herbs? Yen Yun asked, before her eyes shot open in surprise. Her gaze traveled to my pouch and then to Labby, before returning to Sulin and the alchemical items he carried for me. I could almost see the gears turn in her head. You thought we were lovers? I asked, in utter surprise, as a storm of lightning chi swirled around me, accompanied by the mad laughter of Sulin's voice. You two aren't... Yen Yun faltered. I never knew humans could turn this red. I need to go, she muttered, as thunder chi exploded near me, the blast throwing me back. Dirt flew in the air, and I coughed, caught off guard by the explosion. I rubbed my eyes, clearing them of dirt as I made sure Labby was all right. Opening my blurry gaze, a distant figure surrounded by lightning glided away at high speeds through the air,